One to go. One to go. One to go.
Mic is on. Had to punch it again. Sometimes it comes on, sometimes it don't come on. But anyhow, want to read a few things to you. This is the City Hall Council Chambers, obviously, 405 Municipal Drive, Kennedale, Texas, 76060. Members of the public may join in person or access a live feed at www.cityofkennedale.com/videos. The virtual option does not allow for public comment, however. But again, I want to welcome you. First item, call to order at 5:31 p.m. The city manager, would you call the roll?
I will call the roll. Jan Joplin. Gary Mitchell. Kenneth Michaels. Austin Degenhart.
Here.
James Connor. Mayor Hollis Matthews.
Here.
Mayor Hollis, we have a quorum for the meeting tonight.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Next item is the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the U.S. and Texas flags. We've changed our system around a little bit to give homage to those that are the most important in our lives. So we'd ask City Councilman, Secretary. The guy with the hat, next item. Yeah, Gary Mitchell. Would y'all rise? The U.S. and Texas flags. We've changed.
Bow your head in prayer with me, please. Heavenly Father, we just want to say thank you, Father. We're so grateful that you're such an amazing God. Father, you always feel our needs every day, Father. So today, Father, is no less. We thank you that this day is a day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we're so thankful for the new employees that you've sent to our city. We're thankful for our new city manager. Father, we're thankful for a plan that you have devised, that you have put together, that we might move this city forward, that all citizens would be united as one citizen in this city. Father, we have an amazing opportunity to give every citizen a voice. So today, Father, we want to thank you and praise you for that, Father. We thank you for Miss Sandra Lee that's here tonight to be recognized, Father. She's done such an amazing job throughout Kennedale and the tenure of now being a constable, Father. We're so proud of her. We ask you to watch over her and her office and to be with her every minute of every day, Father. Father, we're just so grateful for each and everything that you're going to do, Father. Watch over our firefighters, our police officers, our citizens, Lord. We know that we're in troubling times, so we thank you that you're with all of us. And we can trust you, Father, to guide us and give us the direction that we need. Father, we praise and honor you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
We ask you to watch over her and her office.
Councilman Michaels,
Every minute
would
of every
you
day.
lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance
We're
and
just so
the
grateful
U.S.
for
and
each
to
and
the Texas
everything that you're
flag?
going to do, Father. Watch over our firefighters, our police officers, our citizens, Lord. We know that we're in troubling times, so we thank you that you're with all of us. And we can trust you, Father, to guide us and give us the direction that we need. Father, we praise and honor you in Jesus' name.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before we go too far, this is a part of the Berlin Wall. This mug has the Berlin Gate at the fall of the wall. It also talks about freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're here about. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance. Before we go too far, this is part of the Berlin Wall. Number 2 on the items is a Vistor and citizen forum. Anyone who wishes to address the city council regarding any item on the agenda may do so as that item is considered, provided that a speaker request form is filled out and submitted to the city secretary before the work session begins. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes. Number 2, must limit their comments to the subject indicated on the submitted form and should address the council as a whole, rather than individual council members or staff. We have a request to speak from Miss Sarah, and it is on item not on the agenda. So Miss Sarah Johnson, please state your name, your address, and make your presentation, please. As a whole, rather than individual council members or staff. We have a request to speak.
Hi, oh, there it goes. I'm from Kennedale, 700 Crestview Drive, Kennedale, Texas. I'm also the senior director at the new senior outreach Kennedale and volunteer at the senior center. I just want to congratulate the new city manager and our other new staff. I've got to talk with them more than I've ever got to talk to the previous city administration. And we had some good ideas back and forth. And though we know it needs compromising on both sides, we need to move forward and make sure our seniors get the program they really need, not just half a program. I saw on the sign, has anybody ever really read that sign at the senior building? Exactly what it said. It was built on community development funds and a grant and reserve and some of the reserve fund. I would like to try to figure out a way we could grant to support the senior center So we're not having to take so much out of the budget. But I don't think it's feasible for the seniors to come up with their own 501c3 because I'm struggling with mine, trying to get things moving to make my organization more so it can help more individuals in the city. So I'd like us to take a look at that, where we could get some money to help the seniors support themselves at the center and be viable, because it is needed. The senior program is needed because there's seniors who are on really low fixed incomes who are becoming dependent on Medicare, and there's new insurances. They need somebody there that they can talk to that could help them work through this. And that's when Pat Targeton, the former director, did. That's some of her duties, is guide people through things. And we love the library workers. They're doing all they can do right now, but that's a lot of workload on them to be torn that way. And I'd like to see someday the senior center be efficient on its own, so the library stuff wouldn't have to be over it. And that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. Item 4, reports and announcements. We've made a little change there, so we're moving it around. Items on report and announcements is, this is my pleasure, by the way, to recognize Miss Sandra Lee for her years of service on the city council. Now, let me tell you about Sandra Lee. Thank you, Miss Sarah. It's on. Item 4, green light's on. We've made a little change there. Items on report. Let's see if it does it now. Is it? Can you hear me? My pleasure. This is economical equipment. Okay. But let me tell you about Sandra. That's the part that gives me a lot of joy. Sandra and myself met quite a while back, and we talked about Kennedale and how great a city it was to live in. And we talked about a lot of different things. And she told me, she said, you know, economical equipment. My dream is to serve on the city council of Kennedale. I said, okay. Sounds reasonable to me, or something to that effect. And she said, I don't know whether I can win a seat in here. And I said, you can do anything you want to do. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about freedom. Okay. So Sandra, sounds reasonable to me. Worked together with a lot of people, talked to a lot of citizens, shook a lot of hands, and was elected to city council from 2017 to 2020. Did a great job. Brought things forward that we needed to talk about. And by the way, was the first Black lady to ever serve on the Kennedale Council. Quite an accolade. She also represented the city council on the Economic Development Corporation for those years that she was in council. So she had a double role. She resigned from the city council after she was elected constable, precinct 7. And that includes Kennedale as well as Rendon, Grand Prairie, Arlington, and Mansfield. Again, the same discussion. She said, Hollis, what do you think about me being a constable? I said, more than that, Sandra, what do you think about it? And what does your husband think about it? She said, I believe I can do it, but she said, it's going to be tough. And I said, okay. And now she is the constable. So I've got to think, what is her next step? No, not yet. You bring too much to our city. But again, that is a great picture of someone having a dream and putting it into place. And we can all do that. All we've got to do is reach I've got for the stars. And if you miss it, you'll just grab a great big chunk of moon. So Sandra, would you come up to the podium, please, ma'am? No, not yet. You bring too much to our city. But again, that is a great picture of someone having a dream and putting it into place. And we can all do that. All we got to do is reach for the stars. And if you miss
Can I just say something real quick while he's making his way down there?
Sandra, would you come up?
I had the privilege of serving with Sandra, 2017. Together, her and Rocky Gilly and myself came on in 2017. And it was a privilege to serve beside her. And she's definitely a demonstration of what can be done. She's definitely a warrior and a sister in battle for sure. And I'm very, very proud of you, Sandra Lee. Serving with Sandra. A privilege to serve beside her. And she's definitely a demonstration of what can be done. She's definitely a warrior and a sister in battle for sure. And I'm very, very proud of you, Sandra Lee.
I was talking to some of the ladies in the audience a while ago, and I said, now all we need is a 16 September. And we'd have it all put together. So congratulations, ma'am. Okay. Mhm. Talking to some of the ladies. Okay, very good. There's no problem. We can handle that. And we'd have it all put together. Let's do item C, updates from the city council. Let's start with the Honorable Jan Joplin. Yeah, then we'll go back.
So June was super, super busy. I wrote almost an entire page. I'm like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that we were so busy last month. We had the chamber luncheon after our council meeting the next day, hosted by Lifeway Fellowship Church. Joe Taylor presented the Best of Kennedale Awards for 2022. The awards went to chamber members, city employees, KISD employees, Fellowship Academy, Chamber Scholarships, Citizen of the Year to Estimate Dunham, which was very sweet. She was surprised. It was a fantastic event getting to honor the Best of Kennedale 2022. The Senior Outreach of Kennedale hosted a Jazz in the Park event. The KISD Jazz Band played. There were food trucks, vendors, All the fundraising was to support the seniors in Kennedale. Special thanks to Sarah and her family for all you do to support our seniors. Kidfish, thank you to our Public Works team for hosting this successful event. It was really a fun day. 287 Nutrition hosted a fundraiser for our Aristocats drill team, and they have delicious energy drinks. I adopted a high school senior, Jocelyn Soon. It was a great way for the community to support our high school seniors. Attended the Fellowship Academy Award ceremony. Joe Taylor presented a scholarship from the chamber. Memorial Day at KHS paid tribute to the KHS fallen heroes, Mike Rivers and David Helm. There were many other Vietnam vets present, including Melvin Cooper's brother Kenneth and Wayne Winters told personal wartime stories. KISD had a singer and trumpet players in attendance. Thank you, Lori, for putting that together. Farmers Market on the fourth Saturday of the month. It's a great event. Attended a Jubilee Parade meeting and brought in several gold and silver sponsors. There was a special meeting to discuss what we need, a special council meeting to discuss what we need to do to prepare for House Bill 3, which is in reference to the state requiring all water and electric providers to have a plan to provide pressure, a certain amount of pressure in an emergency situation. And this all stems from the ice storm disaster when many of us went without water and power. And sadly, in the light of the tragedy at Uvalde, the council, part of that was a presentation from our interim police chief Holgren, reviewing all the security measures, procedures, and that was very extensive, thorough, and forward-thinking. I really appreciate, I'm proud for you guys, and for what you're doing for us, for the citizens, and for our schools. The flood caught us all by surprise, and as a reminder that don't drive through high waters, and add your phone number to our emergency notification system that you can find on the City of Kennedale website. And the biggest and best for last, council hired Daryl Hull as our city manager. For this, and for this, a very special thanks to our HR director, Caroline, and Jay Singleton from SGR Search Firm, and the staff for your patience. This took months, many long meetings, and a lot of homework and coordination. But I am thankful for where we are, and more importantly, where we're going.
Honorable Gary Mitchell, do you have any updates to share?
I think she covered them all. Hallelujah. Did you get your house cleaned in the meantime? Yes, I would just like to say welcome to Mr. Darrell. Of course, he's not new to anyone, but for us to have him as our city manager, I think we're all extremely excited to see where we go, what happens next. You guys have made some extraordinary finds and employees, and very excited about that. Where the city's headed and the direction. I think that the citizens are going to be very well pleased. Don't forget about the Diamond Jubilee this Saturday. What time we starting? 9 a.m. It's going to be an all day, right? All day and half the night, I think. It's going to be a long day, so don't miss that. A lot of excitement. And don't forget about Dover Hall next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. The quarter auction proceeds will go to Pecan Manor. If any questions tonight, if anybody's here and they want to talk to Lori Middleton, she can give you all the details, but come prepared. I don't know how it works, but come prepared with lots of money, and let's make some things happen. Lots of quarters. Go stop by at the bank and get some rolls of quarters. That'd be perfect. All right. It's easier than bingo. Okay, good. All right. That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. Honorable Kenneth Michaels, do you have any updates to share?
Well, I did have some updates, but thanks to Jan and Gary, I really don't have any updates at all other than Jubilee this weekend. We've been working pretty hard on it, tried to get it together, and kind of excited about it. It's gonna be a great event. A lot of things going on. I'm kind of hoping it might cool down a little bit, but it's not looking that way. But that's about the only announcement I have.
Mr. Austin?
No,
Sir?
no updates for
Honorable?
me today. Thank you.
No baby yet. Okay. Do you have any updates you'd like to share?
Just a few. I think Jan covered them all, just for the few exceptions that, I was just involved in. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our city staff, especially huge thanks goes out to Ann, our finance director. She and I have had a couple of discussions about the city finances, and we are in very, very good hands and very good shape, according to her outlook. So I'd like to thank her for that. Welcome aboard, Daryl, to being the city manager. I went to the quarter auction in May. It is easier than moving. It's so much easier than bingo. I-9, no. And I wasn't in town for our Jubilee. However, I was in Colorado Springs where they had a huge Jubilee, a huge Juneteenth down there. It's massive 3-day event. And I talked to the organizers down there, and I'll be sharing with council in private what they told me there, but just their city council has given them so much free reign, and they had about anywhere between 50 to 60 vendors. I mean, 3-day event from, sun up to sundown, music. It was wild. And I actually enjoyed it. I wish we could get something like that here, but yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, sir. Very well done. Okay, any updates from our new city manager?
Well, once again, I think you guys covered pretty much all of that. There's one thing I do want to do. I want to put some spotlight on some of our employees, or mainly our directors. I want to highlight 3 of them tonight.
Please.
Obviously, we have more than that, but that will come in July as well. So the 3 that I truly want to recognize tonight is, one is Caroline Greene, which is our HR director, and she's been here since September 29th of last year. So she has done excellent work, as you can tell. She put me up here as well, so obviously she's done a great job.
Good job.
Some of the things that we've been working on here lately, particularly the last 6 or 7 weeks, is coming up to understand what our purpose is here at the city and how we're going to go about serving our community. And one of the things I want to highlight is what their capabilities are and what they've done in their past prior to getting here. And I think it's very important that we highlight that, and for everybody to understand what they can do and what they offer to our community as a whole. For Caroline Greene, the Director of Human Resource Administrative Services with the City of Kennedale as of September. She criminal justice adjunct instructor for the Tarrant County College, and over 18 years of local government experience dealing with fire, police, and human resources. Within her years of service, she oversaw compensation, employment, employee relations, internal communications, and training. She began her local government experience as a police dispatcher 7 years prior to going into HR. Her experience is enhanced by her associate's degree in business administration, bachelor's degree in criminal justice, her first master's degree in criminal justice, and her second master's in human resource management. She obtained International Public Management Association for Human Resources certification, and she has her certified public manager certification with the state of Texas as well. That's Ms. Greene. Also, as you guys know, and starting to truly love as well, as Miss Ann Lemire, give you a little background for her as well. She asked me to keep it short, so I want to attempt to do so as well. She is a proud Texan, has called 7 cities as her life, during her life: Houston, Austin, South Houston, Killeen, Coppers Cove, Parker, Heights, and Arlington, and has been married to Tom for 38 years. They live in 6 miles north of Kennedale in Arlington for the last 22 years, and is bold with a personality as big as Texas. And I think we've all seen that. She happily speaks her mind, and we've seen that. Sometimes not realizing the effects of others, which is always positive. She is very overly conservative, respects the tradition, order, and simplicity, and enjoys spending time with her 2 children, Mary and Carol, and cooking. And is a member of the Texas Society of CPAs and American Institute of CPAs. She is chartered global management accountant, certified public accountant, certified public manager. She holds associates from San Jose Junior College, bachelor's of business administration from UT in Austin, a master's in business administration from Tarleton State, and served as president of the Killeen Rotary Club in 1994-95 and the co-chairman of the Killeen Festival of Flags. Over a 40-year career in finance and accounting, Ann has worked for the state of Texas, 3 political subdivisions of the state of Texas, 2 municipalities of the state of Texas, and government contracts such as Dynacor, Bell Helicopter, PAE, and Elbit. Is that right? All right. Ann's vision for her finance, accounting, purchasing, IT departments of the city of Kennedale is to protect the city of Kennedale by ensuring transactions and funds are safeguarded, obligated, spent, and reported for intended purposes in an efficient manner when properly approved in support of an excellent quality of life for the citizens of Kennedale. Thank you, Ann. Elizabeth Partridge, she has been here now 9 days, 12 days. I was close. We're in a new week. As most of you are starting to see, she's our librarian, and she's also overseeing our senior citizens. So give her background. Her professional goal is to lead with excellence and ensure the library is an effective collaboration partner to make our community better. She has a passion for providing innovative, community-driven library services and developing relationships to meet diverse needs. Previously, as library service manager for the Manatee County Public Library System, was implemented several significant and long-lasting changes, which includes establishing a fine-free library system, significant barriers to serve and use, creating a data sharing memorandum and understanding so student ID cards can be used as a public library card. Creating professional development and mentoring program for assistant supervisors, constructing make spaces in 6 full service locations, providing Friends and Foundation advocacy training, receiving a budget increase to allow for uniform library hours, reviewing and creating effective policies and procedures for the system. She developed partnerships with the community service organization to begin new and exciting relationships that enhance the quality of life for the area. Additionally, she worked for Longview Public Library, serving as a leader for the library and the community. She established development programs, community relations, and many different areas benefiting the library and partnering organizations and community of Longview. She was able to grow a successful adult literacy tutoring program and which included ESL and technology classes, built senior digital literacy training and one-on-one computer help, created a cultural card to provide free access to live performance with the library card. Continued the success in Kennedale to ensure all community members are able to live, grow, and thrive in the dynamic community. Her education is Master's of Liberty Library Science at Texas Women's University in Denton, a Master's of Teaching English as a Second Language in Arizona State University, a Master's of Art in Spanish at Arizona State University. Her library experience is a lot. I'll leave it at that. And she does a lot of adult services as well, and this is the reason why she is a perfect fit for Kennedale, not only as a librarian, but also to help us in our senior citizens programs. She has a lot of experience of doing that, and she's going to bring that to us, obviously, to make our citizens feel welcomed, needed, and loved, more importantly. And I think she's a great asset to us, and we'll look forward to what she has to offer for us. That would be it for now. Mayor?
Okay, I get my time, I guess. Mr. City Manager, every successful executive is a successful executive because of the people he surrounds himself with. And I have to compliment you. This is the finest group of employees I've seen in one room in a very, very long time. I congratulate you, sir, on your choices. And certainly congratulate each of you for being here, and we're very, very proud of you. So I'll leave it with that. And
We have 4 more for next month. And they're
Good.
just as impressive.
hey, I can believe that. In fact, I've met every one of them. If you haven't, you need to go and meet them because you'll find they're quality people. And that's what we do, is serve our clientele, and our clientele is the owners of our city. Thank you all. Okay, I've got a few comments I'll make, and part of them are repetitious, but I know that Jeff won't mind that a bit. And that is, I hope everyone has seen the art around the city for the Jubilee. Well done, Jeff, as I expected. And I think it's just a foretaste of what the Jubilee is going to be. I'd encourage everyone to be there. The Juneteenth was just absolutely fantastic. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was a little hot. They said, sorry about that, Hollis. But the fact of the matter is, very congenial, very nice people. And I had a great time over there. Next year, I only hope it can be bigger. And I think it probably will be. This is where we're going, folks. All of us together to make a better Kennedale. So having said that, I hope everyone had a good Father's Day. And I'll let you tell me about that when we get off the podium here. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce the Commissioner of Tarrant County, Precinct 2, Devon Allen. The only problem is, bless her heart, she has contacted CV-19 and is not able to attend this evening. However, Ms. Nago is present, and we'd like to bring her up to the podium as she has a proclamation to the city of Kennedale, and we'd like to welcome you, ma'am, for coming over.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Commissioner Allen had every intention of being here tonight herself and presenting this to you all, but unfortunately she's still symptomatic and isolating at home. And this resolution that we've drafted on the occasion of your 75th Diamond Jubilee was passed today unanimously by our Commissioners Court. And I won't read all the whereases on here. And I had a word limit, and so some important dates had to be left off just because I couldn't fit them all. But I'll hit the key points, which is the reason why we are here today, which is back in July 1947, with a population of 300, Kennedale voted to incorporate. And in 1950, when the population had increased to 500, the state of Texas approved changing the status of Kennedale from town to city. And whereas today the city of Kennedale is 6.6 square miles with a population of 9,209 as of 2020 and growing, with 3 active parks, a public library, and a 9/11 memorial. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate the city of Kennedale and its residents on the occasion of their 75th Diamond Jubilee anniversary.
Mr. City Manager, would you accept this award in our behalf?
And so it's signed, of course, by our county judge, Glenn Whitley, and our 4 commissioners. On the occasion of their 75th Diamond Jubilee
Mr. City Manager, would you accept this award in our behalf?
Signed, of course, by our county judge, Glenn Whitley, and our 4 commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Okay, we've jumped around a little bit. Appreciate y'all's indulgence. We're now in the work session, number 3. And let's begin it with a discussion regarding prioritization of infrastructure projects, including but not limited to streets, parks, water, wastewater, and stormwater projects. Mr. Joe's going to speak to us, and I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Mayor, council, how's everyone tonight? Everyone's good. I'm not sure if you have in front of you the priority list for the current maintenance segments. Rehab on. Everyone get it? Yes, ma'am.
Look forward to that. Thank you.
Mayor, council, how's everyone tonight? We've got Corey Edwards, Hudson Village Creek, West Sublet, Joy Lane, Cooper, the curve at Gilman Road. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that location. New Hope Road. There's a few segments on New Hope. There's also a new box culvert bridge being put in on that section. So it should take care of the whole roadway from Kennedale Parkway to the city limit at Hudson Village Creek. There's going to be that South New Hope TxDOT project, replacement of a box culvert and a road widening. Yes, ma'am. Sweeney Hyatt is slated. There's an overlay on Sweeney Hyatt, then a reconstruction of 1,000 feet, and then another reconstruction also on Sweeney Hyatt. These are maintenance projects, they're not CIP projects. So you may see a few that you would expect to be on there but they would be a concrete CIP project. So does anyone have any questions on this or concerns or?
The only
Ms. Joplin,
question,
would you like to?
oh, sorry.
Would you like to make some comments?
Yeah, sorry, I just jumped right in. I'm so
That's all
sorry.
right.
Jump
No
right
problem.
on
I need to
in.
wait my turn. On the replacing the culverts on New Hope,
Yes, ma'am.
do you know if they're going to do it single lane or double? And the reason I'm asking is because when I was on council before, there was an amount engineered that was approved, voted for, because originally New Hope was planned on being expanded. I don't know that that's the case now. And the vote was for the culvert to be redone with that expansion and not with as it is now. I
That
don't
is-
know if
that
you
is
can answer
correct.
that
It will-
question.
It will be widened out.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
An amount engineered.
It'll be a 4-lane
It was
box culvert.
Okay. And if New Hope, well, I guess I'll take that offline, but if New Hope isn't widened, is that going to be a problem? No, okay. Perfect. The vote was for the culvert.
Now, and as my understanding on that project is that there was going to be a city participation. There are 2 projects that go with it, but we will, as far as I'm being told, the state is picking up 100% of that project.
Well, I guess I'll take that offline, but if New Hope isn't.
Any questions on the
Thank you.
list, concerns?
I don't necessarily have a question on the list, but I do have a question. I don't know if it's city manager or you, but on Dick Price Road at the railroad tracks, you're going across the railroad tracks,
sir.
you're leaving, it's got a big old dip.
Yes, sir.
Is that us or is that the railroad?
It's actually the railroad.
Okay.
I put in a couple requests
Okay.
for them to come make a repair. I've not heard anything.
And I
back
noticed
from
on
them.
the other side, coming back this way, I seen a railroad spike sticking up and the other one's starting to come loose.
Okay.
But it is fortunately over far enough that it's not gonna, I don't think, do anybody any damage unless they get too far to the left, but that thing needs to be addressed pretty
Well,
bad.
I will contact the railroad master again tomorrow. Make sure that they're aware of it.
Michael,
The only question I have is, it says asphalt rehab. Are we just doing an overlay on it like they've done before where they just kind of skim coat it?
Well, these will be, you'll see some of those on the list have a 8-inch cement stabilization of the subgrade.
Okay,
And the ones that are slated for an asphalt overlay are in good condition or a little rough. So there'll be a level up process. And then they'll be capped off and the crown will be restored
okay,
to the roadway.
okay. Just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Or Sergeant Hart?
From a priority perspective, we have several projects on here. What order do you intend to address them? Will they all be addressed at the same time, or are you going to go Corey Edwards to West Third to Hudson Village, so on and so forth?
Well, I'd like to hit like Corey Edwards if possible first. Doing a level up on the backside of the facility here and level up, cap it, stripe it. Just better road surface coming to our town center area. But that would be a priority. Then we also have Sweeney Hyatt that has a some kind of water leak situation going on. So that one would probably be put on the back burner until that water situation was figured out. We did find that it has treated water. So it's not a spring that everyone thought it was for 7 or 8 years. So we're making headway on that particular project. And with the closing and South New will be closed when that bridge goes in, the culvert crossing goes in. We're hoping to coordinate with the contractor and do a couple of those projects on South New Hope in conjunction with that box culvert. So when the roadway opens up, everybody will be like, wow, okay,
All
instead of
taken
just
care
having
of
a
at the same time.
spotted roadway. So that's going to be a coordinated effort that through TxDOT, we'll have to get permission and then of course from the contractor on the project.
My next question is related to dollars and cents here. We have some estimated costs for each of these projects. Who will be the administrator of the contract to the various contractors that are going to be taking care of that? Will it be a city held or TxDOT held contracts?
This is a piggyback contract from the city of Grand Prairie that we're using with Reynolds Asphalt construction. And I've used them in the past. They're very dependable. They do great work. As far as administering the money, it's all line item. all the pricing's pre-laid out, already
Okay,
approved. And those dollars will just be paid out as progress goes. Most of these projects won't take more than 2 weeks to accomplish.
great.
So the billing cycles will be quick. It's all laid out. As far as square yards, tonnage of asphalt. So all those items will be measured. They all come ticketed. So they can be compared to, the yardages.
Will the city also have a material testing contract or lab
Yes.
to verify
Yes, sir.
placement?
Absolutely.
All right.
The contractor offers that service, but I think we'll go out and also have our own service.
I'd prefer for that to be a city-held contract. It eliminates conflict of
Absolutely.
interest of the testing lab.
Absolutely.
That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Connor?
I'm actually surprised not to see Colette Seblet Road on here from Samuel Court going all the way down to Sweeney Hyatt. Due to the massive construction of Magnolia Hills and those trucks going in up and down that Colette Seblet all the time, it's gotten it's gotten in worse shape than what it was. So I'm actually quite surprised I don't see that on here.
Yeah, that's a CIP project, capital improvement project that we didn't want to put on this list.
Okay.
Just because, we want to broaden that roadway out. There's some underground drainage that needs to be handled along with that project. So we want to address that as a CIP project.
Okay. And I actually do agree with Councilman Mitchell about Dick Price where the railroad tracks are. It is kind of, I bottomed out there and I don't ever bottom out anywhere. There is one other thing that I would like to go ahead and talk about, the Valley Lane reconstruction, should I say, that's going to be taking place there. If you look on Google Maps, it actually shows Valley Lane connecting to Dick Price. And if you actually go over there, it can be connected. My question is, why was it never connected? Or was it ever connected and it just washed out during a storm? Because there's barricades over there. You can see a road beyond those barricades. Is that something that we should work on as well to try to connect that together?
Well, as far as I understand, that used to be the connection. And then they came in and put the concrete segment through to alleviate, I guess, the narrow roads and the bridge and such.
Okay.
Valley Lane areas.
I would actually like to, at a future date, of course, take a look at, because that construction for Valley Lane and the reconstruction of that is going to be coming through. Currently, right now, there's only one way in, one way out of Valley Lane. So with that being said, I'd actually like to look at that as a future plan to see if we can't connect Dick Price to Valley Lane so that those residents, if their street is blocked off or flooded or whatever, they have an extra way out. And from what I looked at, it's not going to take very much to connect it. I mean, I'd say probably 10 feet of concrete or asphalt and maybe, some grading, of course, but it looks to be doable.
Yeah, in an emergency situation, that could actually be done. You'd have to have a percent of grade study done in that location. And then a visual, the site triangles looked at, because you do have the bridge on if you're going out Valley Lane, you'd have that bridge on the right-hand side of Dick Price Road that could cause some sight distance issues. But in an emergency situation, that can definitely be considered.
I mean, just in case, a flood ever happens again, or, the road gets washed out and they need a way out or something like that, or emergency vehicles need another way in, it could be looked at possibly in the future to get connected again.
Absolutely.
I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Hey, James.
Thank you.
Just kind of give you an update in reference to the Dick Price. When Dick Price Road with Bowman Springs and Dick Price, when it was rebuilt, originally Valley Lane was the direction to get onto Dick Price. So when they rebuilt Dick Price, that's when they cut it off. But it does connect, and one of the issues that we'll probably have is dealing with the railroad in the future if we do decide to connect them back. Just kind of give you an update in reference.
Well, if we could connect them back, we should. Like I said, it would provide an emergency exit, but actually looking at the plats that are in place for those business owners, because it is zoned industrial. If you actually just take it and just S-curve it down into Dick Price and go around the utilities, you wouldn't have any issues with the area that is platted already industrial. You wouldn't have any issues with the railroad. You wouldn't have any issues at all. So instead of going this way towards the railroad, you'd go the other way. And it looks doable. I was out there for about 2 hours earlier this afternoon because I was like, why isn't this connected? Should have been. So I guess I wasn't in Kennedale at the time that it was. But I am now. So let's work on something like that.
Absolutely.
Can I just have a follow-up? So our work session was including but not limited to streets, parks, water, wastewater, stormwater projects. And I know this is just specifically a few streets. So I'm assuming have another work session where we'll get into the CIP projects and the, those bigger projects. Because I just want to make sure people are aware that our priority is to do the things that have been slated and neglected for many, many years, that we focus attention to those as a priority. Specifically, the sewer line that needs to come down I-20 to get to for the development purposes for the drag strip. And then when we were in conversation about the bond, I mean, it was, the ones that went as a priority to Tarrant that we voted on was Sublette, Collett, Valley. So those are all still priorities. And then, we still have the priorities that are on the CIP list and the top 10s. And so I just don't want anyone thinking that if their street's not on this small list, that they're not being reviewed and that they're not a priority, because they still are. These are just the top streets that we're going to be able to easily asphalt and not asphalt. Yes?
They will be asphalt. They'll
Yeah.
most of them will be stabilized. A few are overlays.
And to do these, rather quickly, but the other ones are going to take a little more time, but we are going to address those and put those in some sort of a priority order at some point.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And a follow-up to your follow-up, Jan. Sorry, now that you got me thinking about it. You're right, it does say infrastructure projects, including but not limited to streets, parks, water, wastewater, and stormwater. You brought up the sewage line that goes from the top of the city all the way down to the racetrack, or drag strip, should I say. Be quite honest with you, I've been begging, literally, to look at the parks. Our parks need rehab bad. I mean, we have one that's on Google Maps. It's not even built. We have Sonora that's falling into disrepair, especially with the baseball fields. I mean, those need to be rehabbed. We were talking about KYA. I mean, we need to get those baseball teams, or, that baseball team here again. I mean, they're using the Mansfield baseball fields, and they're Kennedale. So, I mean, but no, our parks need to be looked at. They need to be rehabbed. We have a park fund and it's just sitting there collecting money, which I love collecting money, but if we're not going to do anything with it, we need to accolade it to other places. So I suggest we use it. So I would like to see CIP projects on those with any other CIP projects coming in the future.
Agreed.
And relatively quickly.
Is there any other comments or questions?
I got one that just will follow up with that.
Okay, you can do a follow-up on that? Thank you, sir.
We are in the process of being able to do that. One of the things that we're looking at for is the parks fund. We have to go do a study to be able to apply the actual amount that we can charge our developers for impact fees. So once we're able to do that, we will be able to use the park funds for what its intent is.
I presented something to this council back in February or January. I forgot when it was. I think it was February, because I did go to a Parks meeting and forgive me, the Parks Board President is here. And Ken Michaels, you were there as well. And I was told at the time it wasn't really important by, our then interim city manager, we'll look at this in a couple of months. And it's June.
Well, a
It's-
couple of months for here. We're
Yeah,
looking
it's
at-
June. It's been a couple of months. We need to review it again because all those price points, everything that everything that needs to be done, those price points are there already. And they probably have gone up in cost, of course, because of inflation, of course, but we reviewed it in February. And we'll look at it in a couple of months. It's been a couple of months. I'm tired of sitting on my hands. Let's take a look at it again. And if you need it, I'll send it to your office because I still have it.
If it's a study, we definitely need it.
It was
So
presented
study
back in
was done.
2018, I do believe. It was a bond package. Yeah.
Well, I was just talking about the funds.
Yeah.
Where it's at. So as long as we have that study, we can literally start moving. quickly.
Great. If the city manager would like to get with our parks director and see where they're at and what they need, that'd be awesome as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Now, remember, you are the owners. If you have comments, if you have things that you question, things that you want to know about, do not hesitate, because the only way we're going to know is for you to tell us. I really appreciate your input, so I'll thank you in advance for that. Okay, going from A to B, and that is the safe routes to school update and discussion. Who do you wish to?
Joe?
I currently don't have any updates for this particular discussion. I think we're reviewing the whole situation and to see if it's the best value for the city. So it's being reviewed as we speak. We're trying to move this project forward and we just feel like it's not moving fast enough. So it may be something that we have to consider backing out and taking a different approach or sticking and staying the course. So at this time, that's up in question. But we are moving forward on it. It's just that we're reviewing every possibility.
We have a meeting tomorrow scheduled to go over some of the financials dealing with the grant. We have 20% as our responsibility. Some of that is in reference to with the utilities and just the inflation of cost all the way around. Right now, I believe from the last couple of years, it was around the 375 mark. We're anticipating it roughly to be around the 500,000 mark. So if that's the case, it's just something that we have to reevaluate and make sure that we're still have the capability of doing that when we start talking about the bond money. Earlier, we had 175,000 coming from a different area that I wasn't aware of. So it's something that's definitely helping us be able to make sure we got it financed on our side. But we should have a lot more information tomorrow. Was hoping to have the meeting today or yesterday or today, and they ended up having to cancel and making it tomorrow. So we put it on the council so I can update you on where we were with it.
I'll try to answer any questions you may have right now.
So can I just repeat this back to you? The way I understand it is we're reviewing it because what's happened is there's been an increase in pricing. And we just want to make sure financially where we're at. And then you'll bring it back to us and let us know where we're at on it.
Mhm.
And timing of the project, it just seems like, with all the, red tape and things like that, it's slow moving. And that's a concern for everyone.
I believe when Shield made their presentation, was it back in November when we were talking about this last, and they gave us the outline of the sidewalks and the streets? That would be, yeah, November, and then perhaps earlier this year as well. I'd asked believe his name is Max with Shield Engineering. I'd asked him point blank, what escalation and contingency do you have in the proposed budget that was given to us? And I was told it was approximately 20%. And he was very confident that that would cover any and all overages. Is that not the case anymore? Was my earlier concern with asking that question to begin with?
I think we're still on target with that. I think it's more so just reevaluating with new leadership, taking a different approach on things, seeing if we can move this forward
Okay,
to benefit than maybe the upcoming school years.
sure.
Maybe take part of the project and turn it into a public works project. So, I mean, weighing out the options,
Very good.
but I think we're still in that
We're in the
that
ballpark.
comfort zone. Yeah.
One thing to just keep in mind, I don't believe that Corey A. Edwards was on that plan going to the school. That's a very dangerous area for our students to walk every day with sidewalks and road transitions that aren't ADA compatible. And also sections of the road where there are no sidewalks, but just a culvert and kids are walking down the side or middle of the road. I'd really like to see some sidewalks in that area to make it safer.
Absolutely.
Last year when we had a little one in a stroller, we tried to take a walk along the sidewalks that were there, and it takes two people to lift the stroller over the curbs because the grades just don't work. So.
And some of those projects like that could be done in-house.
Sure.
With some contractors, but managed through Public Works. So.
Yeah,
Those are-
I'm open to
those
any
are
and
the
all
ways to
options. I
do it.
just want to make sure that if we're doing sidewalks around schools for kids, that's an area
Absolutely.
that I think really needs to be focused upon.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with this meeting tomorrow, that's absolutely something we could do. The way it's been mapped out that you guys have seen, we can change that. So if Corey A. Edwards becomes a priority, we can move and put it in that location.
I actually had a couple of questions as well. As Mr. Degenhardt alluded to, Corey A. Edwards was not on there, but there's also a couple other streets that are not on there as well, like Mistletoe and others that are around the school, which were not included either. As you said, there might be some in-house, and Jan, you might be able to actually answer this. How long has this been talked about now?
2018, well, before 2018, the safe routes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before
How
2018.
long does it take to get some sidewalks put in? I can go do it in about 3 days.
Uh-oh. You said it.
I can put a sidewalk in front of my house in 3 days. You dig up some dirt, you grade it, you make sure it's level, you put some rebar down, you pour some concrete, you level it out, you take the forms off. It does not take that long. Why has it taken 5 years just to get some sidewalks in for these poor kids to walk on so they don't get hit by a car?
Agreed.
That's
I think
ridiculous.
that's why we're reevaluating these situations, and Safe Routes to School is a great program, but it does get held up. And of course, we had the COVID shutdown. So I think that played a huge factor.
It's bureaucratic red tape.
Well, you said it.
Oh, I'll say it again, and I'll say it louder. It's bureaucratic red tape.
Yeah, well, I can't disagree with that. But what I can agree with is that we can get some sidewalks done around here.
Well,
And it's just a matter of making that a priority. And when that priority is defined, we get out there, we can get it done.
this has been a priority ever since children started going to school and there was concrete available for people to walk on.
Agreed.
So what has taken Kennedale, what, 30, 40 years to get some sidewalks put in? I mean, it's not difficult. It's really not. So, I mean, they built River Legacy in Arlington with all those sidewalks there. They built that in, I think it was a year. I know because my father put in all those sidewalks. It doesn't take long. We just have to move it, and we're not. And with the reevaluation, is that not going to take longer?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's that in-depth. I think it's just a matter of what is the priority? How can we achieve how can we get this, like you said, speed this process up, get some sidewalks on the ground?
I would like some
And-
sidewalks in the city of Kennedale for these kids to walk on. I would hope, I'm going to be realistic and say, hopefully by the beginning of the 2023, second semester, hopefully, or by the 2023 fall semester. I mean, we have a year. It's not going to take that long to get some sidewalks. And if we have to do it ourselves, let's do it ourselves. I mean, I'm done with reevaluating. I really am.
Yeah, it's a question of, what the priority is. What funds are you going after? What's the timeline on those funds? Achieving those goals, so you're living up to an expectation through a third party, basically, but you're getting funding for it.
Well,
So you're
let's
gonna pay a little bit of time. You're gonna wait for the funds, and that's where we're at.
Well, let's knock the third party out and just get it done. That's where I'm at right now. These kids need school. These kids need to be safe.
I would love to applaud right now.
Yes. Well, I will for you.
Let
Again.
me interject something at this point.
It's bureaucratic red
If
tape.
it's
We
all
need to
right,
cut it.
if you're, Mike, the fact of the matter is, in any of these projects that we're working on now, you're right. They've been a long time in planning and no movement forward. The thing I would like to ask you to do is be patient up to a point. And when Daryl gets the financial condition of the city assessed and gets the money pulled out of the different places that have been, I won't say squirreled away, but I'll say put in different applications and with information not being correct, that they could be pulled out or partially be pulled out and applied to other things. Again, having said that, and I agree with Joe 100%, Joe. It's all in priorities. And then the other factor that makes my stomach hurt, and I hope y'all will enjoy every bit of it, and that is that the economy of the United States is not in good session. It's not in good session. And the fact of the matter is, I've cautioned, as in our meeting today, with my meeting with the city manager, he has cautioned me and I've cautioned him to be sure that everyone's on the same page on these things as to what the priorities are. And then looking at the money that we're setting 8.2% inflationary spiral plus, and it's growing daily. It is reasonable to promise the citizens that we're going to do things. We don't want to promise something we can't fulfill. That's not good. That's not good business. So I would caution you, and especially James, with your good, intelligent eye, as you look at our finances, please continue to do what you're doing and watch that money for us and help us to make sure that we're coming in where we should be. And I think you do. And again, I appreciate it so much. So I wanted to say that.
I'm just a secondary eye on that. I would actually, I would afford our new finance director more latitude than that.
Mhm.
And just to kind of go off of what you said, priority.
Mhm.
I think parents' priorities are their children and to have them safely
Well, I agree
come
with
home.
that.
So that is the priority. Let's get some sidewalks built.
Okay. Thank you very much. Joe, thank you for your comments. Does
Thank
anyone
you.
else wish to speak?
Thank you.
Jan knows more about this than I do, but I've heard her and Rocky both say that there was money either in a bond or allocated or something. Tax notes, right?
It's actually a tax note, it was 755,000. Yeah, it was a tax note in 2018 for 755. I've got all the documents on it. But I don't think the tax note was the problem. I think what the problem was is working with the government on the funding and not having anyone to push the project along. That's my personal opinion. Is that correct? Ish?
I would probably agree with that.
Okay. So, now we have new people, things that, we can always look back and say, why weren't they done? Because I can look back at, you can pull any budget out and say, why wasn't this done, this done, this done, and this done? That was all budgeted, but it just wasn't,
You're-
so here we are today. And, but there was a tax note that was issued for 755,000, but the tax note was split out. 400, about 5,000 of it was earmarked for the SRTS, the Safe Routes to School, and the other was for the Text Dot Bridge. So about $500,000 for safe routes that we have. But I guess what we're saying is, do we want to use what we have and just do it ourselves? Would it be faster, easier, and less expensive?
Probably.
That's,
I mean, because we're paying a third party right now to get this done. We're paying a third party Shield and, which I'm not even going to talk about them right now. It's not fair. They're not here. But if there was $755,000 in a tax note, that would have built those sidewalks. It does not cost that much for concrete, or at least it didn't back in 2018. It didn't in 2019 either. 755 would have got it done. Or about 3/4 of the way done.
yeah, there still will need to be engineering, that still has to be done no matter what. You still have to have engineering done for sidewalks just to make sure everything's done correctly. So there'll still be some engineering, but it just won't involve, if the decision is made not to go with the government funding, it just won't be.
I'm not an engineer. I don't pretend to be an engineer, but from my experience with sidewalks and them getting built, here's how it goes. You dig your dirt, you make sure it's level, you put some forms in, you put some rebar in, you pour it, you level it off. Once it dries, you take those forms out, done. It is not that complicated, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what I've looked at in the past. It's not. I'm gay and I can do it.
Austin, my question would be to you, on flat work like that, does it even have to be engineered? I mean, if you hire a professional company to do concrete work, you know what you're gonna get, and you got an inspector that they have to do it up to, I'm gonna guess, some type of ordinance, right?
Yeah, so what you're gonna need is a set of signed and sealed plans that identify your sidewalk widths, dimensions, locations, and your structural details. It's gonna have your mix design, your concrete mix design, your rebar sizing, whether or not you're using chairs, things of that nature, and then you can get your permit. You need to make sure that there's a testing lab on site to take densities of, ensure that the ground compaction under the sidewalk is compacted to the proper densities. And then from there, it's really just executing the work. It's not rocket science, but one thing I would say, Joe, is, considering the construction market as it is, we're seeing 16, 18, 22% inflation since the first of the year, and it's not going away. The 20% match that we may have from the government, today that's X amount. If we hold off for another year, we're still going to be paying the same amount we are today, if not more, just due to basic inflation. So if we have the ability if we have the funds available and, checkbook is flush and we're ready to go with it, we have the manpower to do it in-house or work with a local, we're talking about inflation in our economy. If there's a qualified local partner that we could work with to give the business to, I'd love to see that, and streamline it and go down the road. But when I see that, when I hear that we've got $500,000 sitting in a bank account for this scope of work, what I'd like to know is, what can we get for that $500,000? Maybe it's not the entire Safe Route to School plan that was forecasted and envisioned in 2018. Maybe it's 75% of that. But I'll tell you what, if we can get 75% of that done in 2022 versus 100% of it done in 2023, let that last 25% be next year's problem. Let's take care of what we can today. So that's my humble opinion on it, and for what it's worth.
And I think that's what staff is evaluating right now.
Yeah.
Make sure that best bang for the buck in a timely fashion. There are a
One mo-
few things
one
you have
more-
to, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you go ahead.
There are a few things with sidewalks. You have to meet ADA,
Mhm.
truncated domes, cross slopes, right-of-way issues, trees, telephone poles, all those things you have to take, water meters being moved, all those things. So there are a lot more details to it. So you do want to go out and have a field survey done. It's usually in your best interest. But once you get that done, then you can pretty much hire the local people
Yeah.
or someone local to carry it out the project. So, or in-house for that matter, if you have enough staff. That's always a consideration down the road too.
James will help.
3 days, I heard him say it.
I will be out there with pom-poms and a miniskirt going rah, rah, okay? That's as far as I'm gonna go.
I guess I have one more question. And this would probably be for Ann. So Ann, in the CARES Act funds that we have available, would something like that be available for this or no? Okay. Well, I was thinking on the public safety side, that's what I was thinking about, but I know it's different than, but it is for our public, yeah. Okay, if you don't mind, I appreciate that.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, last item on the work session is item C, discuss RFQ, request for qualifications for the UDC and the comprehensive plan. That's not a very good one.
Have you guys had a chance to look at the RQFs? They will be listed draft in purple and red, those documents.
Okay, last item on the work session is item C, discuss RFQ, request for.
I really haven't had time to review it. I just received it tonight, like when we showed up. So yeah. And it's not just, they're pretty
16, 18
involved.
pages.
Yeah. So, and I have 2 of them. So
If you guys want to take a consideration, take a look at them, and maybe this is something we could revisit next month or special session.
I would
Yeah.
actually like to revisit it because again, Jan said, this is the first time I'm seeing it and I actually like to be thorough and read through all my stuff before saying yes.
Okay.
If it's something, if you don't mind, if you can give an explanation of what we're looking at and just fill them in on what they're looking at.
Okay, so what you're looking at is an RQF for a comprehensive plan for Kennedale. The last one was done in 2012. It's time to update it. What was presented for transportation as well as the growth of the city has changed dramatically over the past 10 years. Projects that fell through, new subdivisions that came in. We want to take a look at the city as a whole and design for the next 10 years. To complement that, you need to update your UDC, which currently has a lot of issues with contradiction information. Right now, we have an annotated version online, which is probably not the best to give to the community. And there are several instances since the UDC was created where text was not comprehended correctly, and the person who entered the information would contradict a table graph versus the actual text itself. So we are looking to open it up, take a look at it, maybe condense it from 400 pages, maybe down to about a third of the size. There's a lot of information and pictures in there that aren't necessary. There could be other handouts. There could be better explanations and illustrations for the general public.
If I may.
here.
If I may, on the Unified Development Code, I took a look, I breezed through it a little bit earlier during the meeting. And when I was looking at the actual specifications and anticipated tasks and services for the consultant for updating the UDC, I was wondering if we might need to look at adding language. Well, how should I word this? Right now, our UDC is primarily use-based code. And I would like to consider changing it over to more of a form-based code.
So there is some form-based code planning in there. It's
Okay.
kind of hidden like in the urban village and stuff. It doesn't read correctly. It does need to be rewritten to be more defined. Definitions need to go into a little more depth and detail, and it needs to be a little more user-friendly. So yes, we can take a look at that. Any additions or any comments, they're open. So just
Yeah.
let me know.
And then the other thing I was wondering, with both of these projects coming online at about the same time, are these going to be done in parallel with the respective firms collaborating together to ensure that both the comp plan and the UDC are seamless, or will they be done in more of a silo setting?
So typically you do your comprehensive plan first. And depending on the proposal, that can be anywhere from a 6-month duration with a steering committee, community vision plans, up to about 12 months. So it just depends on what is proposed. Then you would come behind with the UDC, the way they do complement each other. But you could also award both contracts to one company and kind of do them simultaneously. So you would do all your community outreach and vision plans, update your comp plan, present it to council. If council's on board for it, then you start with your UDC right after. So it shortens the length.
My preference would be to, if we can do them with the same firm, go ahead and go that route. It seems like it would be more of a seamless transition going from the comp plan to the UDC if the entity updating the UDC is intimately familiar with the comp plan.
You're correct. Does everybody else feel the same way? Do you want to combine it to one RFP? Or do you guys just want to take a look at it and then we'll go from there?
I would prefer just a single RFP for both, but again, that's just me speaking.
A single RFP would probably be better. Therefore, we're not looking at two different firms competing and then not, the left not knowing what the right is doing. So
Okay.
one would probably be sufficient for me.
So the only thing, the cost consideration would be higher because you're combining them and cost estimates right now at a market value for a comp plan is anywhere from 35 to 45,000 is kind of what we're seeing for a city our size. So when you combine them, the price is less, but it's a larger amount.
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody on board?
So my suggestion would be, because it's still two different projects.
Yes.
So it'd be one company, two projects.
Yes, ma'am.
So you have a cost so we kind of know what the cost was for the project A, and then what the cost is for the project B,
Mhm.
right? And then we'd have the total, but it'd be two separate.
And we can put it out that way too.
Okay.
So you'll see a cost reduction because it'll be the same company doing it, but instead of like 35 and 35,000, you're going to look at 60,000 combined total.
Right. And where is it in the UDC coding? Because I know we do have a lot of issues with our UDC code that doesn't really protect us the way that it could have. For example, the 3-story apartments that we have now, it could have said 2, which in my opinion, it should have to protect us. Will that be addressed in this?
So we can address all the little issues like that. So we'll have a steering committee. So hopefully we'll have a couple council members, community leaders, church leaders, of course, always on board to make sure that those little mistakes in the past can get caught and it's updated all at once.
Thank you. Yay.
Any additional questions?
The only thing that I would ask is we need to make sure that within the body of the agreement for the firm that's going to be updating these documents, that we write in community involvement and perhaps town halls and
It's already written in there.
perfect.
So they're labeled as community vision meetings, and then you'll see steering committee. So it entails both.
Great.
And in addition to community steering meetings are surveys that, for people who can't make it to those meetings, can we send out surveys to, the residents of Kennedale, and they can just send them back and we can include their thoughts as well.
So you can do them in 2 versions. You can do snail mail, you can mail them out. You can do tangent copies. You can also do email copies. So typically when you do send them out, you receive percentages of difference based on your audience. We can do all of that. That's not an issue. It will just take some time to compile all the data.
I don't mean to be ageist or anything but like that, but I don't think an 80-year-old person is going to have an email address.
That's where you give tangible items.
Okay. Also, I really do like the different, what Jan was saying, the different cost factors, something like that. But like I said, I would, as to Austin's credit, I would like one company.
Yeah, we can present the cost analysis separately and discuss each one at that time and then do a combined RFP or RFQ, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that all the citizens, that their feedback is taken and just not someone who can make it to a meeting and versus someone who can't.
We can also do virtual. That's an option too with some of these firms.
That'd be awesome.
In your estimation, how long will it take to get, I'm gonna ask one of these James questions. How long will it take to get this thing in play and moving forward? Because I was sitting on the first one, on the 2012.
We are, for the entire project,
Mhm.
you're probably looking, it just depends on what council wants, what the firms offer. You can look for anywhere from 6 to 12 months. Just depends on the process and how quickly you want to move.
I want fast.
Well, hold on. If you move too fast, you miss items. We don't want to miss things like we have in the past.
This is true. So I guess medium fast, like Speedy Gonzalez fast, but kind of like on a trajectory that, the coyote's falling.
We
Okay.
want to be like Chick-fil-A. We want to make sure to have all the options on the table for people to choose from.
Thank you.
Let's have a 15-minute recess. If that's all right. Do I have a motion on that? I can or not, whichever. Okay. Thank you. Okay, recess, and you're ready to go. I've been reading too many of those books from the Mr. Ken. Yeah. Military police. Okay. Army. No, I was actually three years behind the Iron Curtain, about 112 miles, and with about 265,000 Russians and about 43 tank divisions that belonged to them. Mhm. Ah, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Fantastic. I hear that. Sure. I think we can do that. I just have him fill out the form. Hey, everything's good, lad. What are you up to? Busy? Well, hey, that's good. Well, that's great. I'm gonna come over and borrow some money off of you then.
Okay, Ken. Hold it here.
How was your early morning?
Amazing. I didn't really come home. My daughter, yes, the son-in-law coach. And, they had, so this is their second. So this recruiting firms, they're making it.
Yeah, we already have 3 seniors walking in.
Yes.
So young.
Yes, I know. And they're there for family, big deal. And if they come in, they're not your favorite the house. It's this big, certain thing happens. And cool. So it was a lot of fun. Weather was great. There's monsoon there on Saturday. Thankfully, the party's on Friday. Oh, it was
Monsoon
amazing.
tomorrow, cool everything down.
I'm telling you, the temperatures are like over 20 really hot. And so we can see that.
And there are some, that's a blessing.
Yes. And then the next morning, and the nice thing about it's.
Where are they? Flagstaff?
Tucson. So he's at the university. Then they're right. No, it's in the.
Yeah,
So
about 6
4
hours.
or 5 hours. And the kids had so many things, they leave camp next week. And
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's because of the. I think that's why they allow it now. Yeah.
Okay, folks, this, go back into session. Welcome, sir. Yeah. Okay, you got one? Okay. Okay, city council is back in session after recess. We're still working on we're starting to work on number 5, which is a consent agenda.
Mayor, no, updates from Human Resources
Everybody
Director.
can hear me now? Okay, okay. How about that, chief? Little humor there. Hey, you need to get you some hearing aids. Okay. Change number 33. We're going to move back just a section, which is the discussion items. The city manager wants to bring up one more thing, and then what we'll do after that is we'll turn around and we've got one person that is requested to speak. And I think that's, if the council so approves, I think that would be adequate for 3 minutes.
The visitor forum was at beginning of the meeting.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody have any objections?
I'm actually okay with that, although I do think we need to have it in some kind of do we want to do it at a certain time, like when we're finished
Yes.
with ours?
We can do
You
that.
know,
Do it when we're finished.
I don't know what everybody else thinks about it.
Whatever, give me your opinion. It's y'all's pleasure.
I'd personally like to finish our reports and announcements and go through our agenda. I mean, I'm kind of up for what anybody wants to do. I don't want anybody left out of not being
No, I
able to
don't either.
speak because they didn't get here at 5:30.
Mhm.
Because normally we do those, the visitors forums have been done later.
Yes.
And today we did it earlier at 5:30, which I like that too. So I will be very flexible with whatever is decided.
Just one comment, if you could give me.
Okay,
before
just
we
take
move
the-
on,
take the
can we
photo.
get, On the work session, if you can
Okay.
give me.
On item
direction
C?
If I can go forward. with
Okay.
that.
City manager wishes to speak on item C. Please, sir.
Yes, if you could, dealing with the RFQs, if you can, I just need, if you can give me some direction to move forward, that we can go out and we can advertise for the RFQs. Once we get that information back, obviously, we'll bring it back before we move forward from that point. We just need to make sure what organizations, corporations are involved and want to do business with us. So that's the interest at this point. we have anything proposals, obviously, at that point, you guys will be involved and make your choice at that point.
So if I may, to summarize what we were talking about before, we have two separate documents in front of us. One is or both are requests for qualifications. One is for updating the Unified Development Code. The other is for professional long-range planning services for the comprehensive plan. My personal opinion is these should be a single RFQ for solicitation. So my direction to staff would be combine these into a single RFQ so that one firm would be, so that all firms would be competing to do both of the items. If that makes sense.
I would agree with that. Again, I would like to know, I would like any firm knowing exactly what the left and the right hand were doing at the same time. So I'm in agreement with that as well.
Any other comments?
I'll agree with Austin too. I think we need to do that and make sure that that would be probably easier for one company to get it figured out and what we need. And so, yeah, I'm for it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll move forward with it.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager. I think that's really important in my opinion, because again, we need to move this one forward with much dispatch, because we're with the problems we've got in the planning and zoning regulations, we're nearly at a standstill on that situation, and that can't last very long. Okay. Now, Jen, you were talking about you wanted to see the consent agenda first.
Right. To finish reports and announcements, I think did we finish that?
Yes.
The staffing updates from HR?
No, we hadn't.
Is that where we
did
are?
that. No.
Okay,
We're still in
Yeah.
number 5, the consent agenda.
yes,
That's the
so,
next one up.
yeah, to finish the reports and announcements.
Okay. Okay, on consent agenda 5, all matters listed under the consent agenda.
Point of order.
Okay.
We're not there. We're under reports
We're
and
still under
announcements.
reports and announcements, and we should be line F, staff updates from human resource, and then line G would be reports
For the city.
for the city, finance reports for the city.
Yes, so we're on reports and announcements, staffing update from HR director. Yeah, we did.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Items F, staffing update from Human Resources Director, Caroline Greene.
Thank
Do
you.
you have any updates for the council?
I do. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Collister, City Manager, Council, citizens, staff. Of course, I come before you tonight. I want to give you a staffing update regarding some key positions in our city. For the last few weeks, we've been interviewing for the city secretary. We do have a finalist, which you will meet tonight. I'm excited about that. In our finance department, Ms. Lemire and I have been interviewing since last week, and we actually have two things. There was an internal promotion. Ms. Sherman went from being accounts payable, a payroll clerk, to now our city accountant. And so her position is open, and that's the one we've been interviewing for. So we probably have a finalist on that one too, but we're in the process of doing second interviews now. So hopefully I'll have an update for you on that next month. Regarding our fire department, we have one opening. Chief Brown and I are accepting applications until June 24th regarding firefighter. Interim chief Greene and I, he also has one opening. We interviewed last week. We had 3 candidates and one was selected to move forward in the process. So he's currently working on that. And in our Public Works Department, we have 3 openings right now. So that's just, it's a struggle to try to find Public Works candidates, but we did have one apply, so I'm in the process of calling him, but I haven't received a call back yet. So not sure if it's the heat. People don't want to work outside. I'm just not sure, but that's the struggle right now. So regarding training, all local government, general government employee, we all took our active shooter training. So thank you to the police department. They administer that to our staff. And the next training that we have to have is cybersecurity training, as well as all of you council as well. You have to have cybersecurity training since you all have emails for the city. So I will be getting with each of you regarding that particular training because it's an annual training that's mandatory. So that I know you've taken before. Any questions for me?
Go ahead.
Just thank you so much for everything.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Not so much of a question, but thank you for taking care of the city's needs. It's a breath of fresh air to finally get some of these positions filled. So thank you for
Well,
your hard
thank you
work.
for that. I just want to say my overall operational goal for the city of Kennedale is, of course, to recruit and promote, the most qualified candidates and also to retain, though, our valuable employees as well. So working on that as well.
Yes, retention is a great thing, but if any positions are open, again, you've done a marvelous job and thank you so much for your hard work in doing so, as
Thank
well
you.
as the directors.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I've got one question of you. Pardon me.
Yes, sir.
Has the planning and zoning, in anticipation to our changes in the regulation, has planning and zoning went through the training with the North Texas Council of Governments?
I'm not sure, Mayor.
Okay. It might be advantageous if you can work that in the near future,
Okay.
because again, we need to have that fresh look
Mhm.
in addition to our consultants. Okay, North Texas Council of Governments puts on a training session. They have one that's in-house and they have one that's actually over the TV or website. And you can take either one of those at the direction of the head of personnel. Yes, and where the resources are, where you can go to get the get all the information and everything. Well, see, I went through one and it had 3 days. 3 days. 3-day one. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to do one more thing. I want to recognize you in case anyone didn't get it. And I think probably everyone in here did. She's qualified to be a city manager. She's certified.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
That is.
Fantastic.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to go ahead and point out really quickly, the planning and zoning workshop is scheduled Tuesday, August 30th through Wednesday, August 31st, 2022 from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's not in time for that yet. We
Okay.
still have a couple of months.
Couple of months. Okay, thank you. Thank you, James. Okay, last item on the report and announcements, financial reports for the city from our famous, or is that infamous? Infamous Finance Director, Annie Lemieux.
Thank you. So I've provided a new format for your financial report, different from what the last finance director provided. I also provided a secondary report on cash that was requested by Councilman Connor last meeting. In terms of the finances, the city is in very good financial health. There is nothing in the financial reports that I see that I would bring to council. There's no concerns that I have. Are there any questions?
Just
No.
big smiles.
I called to you yesterday and we went over them privately through the phone call. And I told you then, I'll tell you in front of all these people, you've done an excellent job. Thank you. You just.
Thank you so
You
much.
make my eyes so much easier to look at the stuff. So thank you. You have no idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions or discussion?
Thank you.
Point of order really quickly, the cash
Okay.
balances. The cash balance thing that you did, that I did request that you did provide to us for funds 10, 17, and 21. It does say revenue exceeds expense for 2023. You and I did discuss that was a typo. That should say 2022, correct?
Correct. Thank you for catching that error. Sorry for the error, but it should be 2022.
We're not perfect. We all have problems, you know.
You passed the test.
Yes, there you go. It's
I
like,
do have one quick question that I
Yes.
could ask you offline, but while I have you, the $6 million that wasn't budgeted that you mentioned to us, the bond,
Yes.
was it budgeted for the year before?
I haven't looked at prior year budget. I do not believe that it was in
wasn't.
prior year.
Because it seemed like that I remember the reason that we were crunched to do it in that timeline was
was.
to get it in that year's budget.
it was, but it was not included in the budget
It
at
wasn't
all.
an amendment or anything.
There
like
wasn't an amendment. It wasn't included
Okay.
at all, which
Okay.
is why we were talking yesterday, because it was included in here. And I said, where is this coming from? Because looking at here, I'm seeing $8.9 million is a difference to the good. And whereas, last year's budget, I'm sitting here going, we didn't have this. So it was not included in last year's budget, even though it was crunch time and we were being told it needed to
Right.
be there, needed to be there. It was never included.
Okay.
So with this being included, that's why I was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
Looking at last year's budget, looking at this year's budget, I looked at it and that's why I called her. I was just like, where did $8 million come from? Because I'm confused. And that's when she pointed out, this is a $6 million bond. It wasn't there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to step back and we've got a request to speak from Mr. John Vivaldi. And John, would you come on up, please?
John Valley, 418 Cocoa Valley Drive, Kennedale, Texas. Couple of things. I just wanted to, they were talking about this UDC issues. The steering committee that you have, if citizens can get on that are experts in that field, that would be nice to add to the other personnel that are on that. And the other one is on that engineering study of Valley Lane. Shield Engineering. I don't know, is that dipping into our finances by the fees that they're charging? So I'm gonna leave that for you all to explain further. Now the issue was addressed about the city council meeting timing and all. The timing, it's changed to 5:30, if I'm correct on that. Not to me, say that by keeping the same time, 7 PM, that more citizens would attend. But a point that was by one of the city council members that said, maybe we should go through items and then have the citizens forum. Or citizens can comment on given items. But this timing issue, I'm really confused if it is starting at 5:30. I thought when it started at 5:30, they had all these work sessions. And then their meeting actually started at 7. So that means the city council timing meeting is changed. I don't know that. And I'm wondering if the citizens that want to attend know about this, because 7 PM gives them more time to get in. There are a lot of folks that I have talked to, they said, oh, I just get off work by 6 or 5:36. So if you all could address that, and I think that's it. And thank you for all the good work that's been done.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Okay, that closes the request to speak section. And so now we're on the consent agenda. Back to that. All matters listed under consent agenda has been previously discussed and require little or no deliberation, are considered to be routine by the council. If discussion is desired, then an item will be removed from the consent agenda, authorizing the city manager to implement each item in accordance with the staff's recommendation. Council, are there any items you would like to remove?
Not at this time.
None? Okay. None? Okay. There's no items. If there are no items to be removed, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to
approve. Go ahead, Jay.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
May I have your vote on this?
I have discussion. Under our individual consideration, is that our consent agenda? Am I seeing that right?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Never mind, I got it. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Everybody's in favor then. Am I taking it correctly? Okay. May I have your vote? Yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we've got that. Next item 6, items for individual consideration, which come up. First item, A, consider approval of an agreement between the Tarrant County Emergency Service District Number 1 and the City of Kennedale for American Rescue Plan Act, state and local recovery funds. Chief Brown will speak on that one.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a good one. To consider approval of an agreement between Tarrant County Emergency District 1 and Kennedale for funding through the American Recovery Act. Did you get a chance to look at the notes that we gave you? So what this is a contract. Fire department is a part of the Tarrant County ESD. We run parts of the county, and they fund us in some manner. In this particular one, they are looking at, under this particular contract, funding us in this coming budget year, 2 different amounts. One of them is a $30,000 amount for personal protective equipment and or SCBA's. And the second is for a replacement of an ambulance in the amount of $580,000. So what that gives us in the 23 year, that we'll be able to order an ambulance and put all the equipment that we need for that to be a complete and operational piece of equipment. Now, delivery on an ambulance and nowadays is about 18 months to 2 years. So that's the consideration that I would like for y'all to allow us to move into that agreement. Any questions about that?
I have a few. During last year's budget time, I thought we already approved all this for the breathing apparatuses and the personal protective equipment. Did we not approve that last budget series? Okay, thank you. So this is free money.
This is all a grant.
Okay, well then. I'll
Free,
shut up.
free money for the future.
Yes, please. All in favor of free money?
Yes, we are.
Any other discussion?
So I have a question. It was my understanding at some point that there were 2 ambulances that they were going to give us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is one,
This is one.
and then we'll get another one,
We'll see another contract, probably in the 24 budget.
24. Okay.
And this all comes down to, all of this money through the ARPA funds has to be spent by, I believe it is December 30th, don't quote me, of 25. So we're going to be in a hurry to get stuff ordered, placed, get in. What county hopes with this funding is that they will be able to push those dates into the future for this money. So for us, we ordered an ambulance last year. Y'all approved that. We still have not taken delivery on it. We're waiting on a national issue associated with windshield wipers. It's a recall. Anyway, so I hope that we get this ambulance into operation. It'll probably be August before we get this one. Within this particular budget, come October 1, we'll be able to order this ambulance with about an 18-month delivery time. And then come next budget year, my expectation is that they will be sending out another contract for y'all to approve for us to purchase another ambulance at that point in time.
Thank you. And that was going to be just a follow-up question, was the ambulance that we have currently on order
Yes,
is
ma'am.
what the status was on it. So delayed to a windshield recall. And so
Yeah.
now, oh my gosh. Okay. Now we're at maybe August, which is just around the corner.
It's just
not
around the
too
corner.
far.
I'm crossing my fingers.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And the nice thing about this is it's fully loaded, where the ambulance we ordered last year is not fully ordered,
Correct.
fully loaded.
Correct.
So we'll still have some expenditures for that to load it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Chief Brown, if I may, I don't know very much about, vehicles. I know how to turn one on and how to drive it. That's about it. Windshield wiper recall?
It's a nationwide recall from our United States on a issue with the mounts or the windshield wipers themselves. Yes, sir.
Can we not just go to AutoZone and get some?
That would be awesome. And that was my recommendation to the manufacturer when I went and saw them.
Okay, so I'm guessing we can't do that.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to get you your ambulance out earlier.
Let me tell you, I've tried all sorts of stuff
Okay.
to try and coax them out of it.
It's my turn.
I hadn't been successful,
I
unfortunately.
was just trying to get it to you like a month ahead of time, so I'm just like, hey,
Right. Anything else?
Is there any other discussion?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Brown. Do I have a motion? on this
I'll make a
item?
motion
Okay,
to approve this agreement for the Tarrant County Emergency Services for funding our personal protective equipment and the purchase of an ambulance.
both items in one. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, it's all on one.
Okay.
Yes, it's,
Okay.
yes.
I second the motion.
We're ready to vote? The motion, let me ask you, do you have any further discussion? I'm one step ahead of myself. Any further discussion? Okay. We're ready to vote. The motion is indicated with a raising of the hands on aye. All for, yeah. All four. Okay. City manager, that passes. Okay, next item B. Authorize and approve a contract amendment for Dunaway. Miss Elizabeth Loomis, Community Development Director, will again speak. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, guys. So what we're looking to do is to increase the Dunaway contract by $2,333, which will give us a total of 60 hours per month from expertise from Dunaway. Not only Chance, but other planners that specialize in different things like transportation. So what I've noticed over the past 6 weeks of being here, in the past probably 20 years, things have been done differently, and we need to go back and correct some of these issues. So with the hours increase, we get more expertise where we can make some corrections and make sure we're going straight and not backwards.
Is there any discussion on that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I like to ask a lot of questions, and I'm sorry about that. Originally, this contract was for $6,000, as you said. It was noted in the minutes that originally I was against this contract, and the reason is because I didn't think that we had the money at the time. Obviously, we do. Hello. However, I don't like this contract based upon one reason. I don't think it gives enough hours. There's a lot of issues currently right now with our UDC, with the planning, zoning, and, trying to get things approved. I think we need more. So I don't know if we can try to negotiate to try to get more money and more hours to accolade to Kennedale for this contract amendment, but I'd actually be in favor of more if possible. Because if I do 60 hours divided by 30 days, that only gives 2 full days a week. That's
So for additional costs, we would have to try to find funding availability. So I'd have to sit down with Ann and look at the budget and see where we can pull. The current amendment comes from the part-time planner position. Right now, you cannot really hire a part-time planner coming in at $26 an hour. You're going to get an undergrad level individual who would equivalent to a larger city as an assistant planner. Some of the things that we're coming up against, we need somebody who has the experience. So that's why there was an amendment to the contract. So if you give me some time, I think we can find some funding availability to increase the hours.
okay.
Anything additional?
I still think we need more time, or we need more people in that department. I would.
You'll
need
you'll
more.
see some additions in the budget request this year for more personnel
Okay, and
to help subsidize the costs that we're spending in third-party contracts, as well as there's a benefit to having individuals in-house that can take care of things rather than relying on a third-party company.
Okay. I mean, I love the work that Chance is behind you. So I love the work that he's done. He's been a great asset to us. Dunaway has been a great asset to us. So like I said, I think we still need more time. Even if there is a budget amendment coming, or, budgetary expenses that might be increased for that area within our city, there are still things that are behind from, months and months and months of not having anybody there.
You're preaching to the choir, sir.
I know the choir is singing and she's loud. So, like I said, I would be okay with this amendment. However, if we can boot it up even more, if there's a possibility that Dunaway can actually say, here's more time, here's more, for an even 3,000, just to take it to 9 instead of, this 8333. I'm sorry, 8333. I would actually like to see more time dedicated to getting those backlogs dealt with. So that's why I was kind of saying, I think we need more.
Any further discussion? Okay.
I don't disagree with James. I definitely think we need the time, but I think my opinion tonight is we approve what we have and give Chance the additional hours, and then they can go back and kind of readjust, see where they're at, and then come back to us, with, if they can find more out of the budget, but that we definitely go ahead and get more while we can tonight.
Any further discussion? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and give it a motion to authorize and approve a contract amendment for Dunaway.
Second?
Is there any discussion?
I just have a comment. So I know that he's very valuable to our city. But my question would be, like tonight, he's here, he really doesn't need to answer any questions. Do we really need to be wasting these valuable hours or no? I mean, I don't really know how that works, but
I've known you like tonight. I'm here just representing.
are you?
Dunaway.
Okay,
So
well,
it's-
I thank you for that,
yeah,
but
no, no.
I mean, you're very valuable to us.
No,
And we
no, no.
want to
Unless
use
I'm-
every hour we can.
No, unless I'm presenting.
Okay, okay. That was just my question. All right, thank you.
Is there any other?
I'd be curious to know where we're at on the search to fill this position internally, so that we're not having to continue to outsource it. That being said, I'm grateful for the work that Dunaway has done, and Chance has been invaluable to bringing our city to where we're at today. But I thought the plan moving forward was Dunaway would be a bridge until we were able to fill the position internally, and then there would be some overlap time to allow the new individual to get up to speed. Where are we at with that search?
Right now, we're still in the process of looking at the qualifications for the position. Until I can get some further information, I can fill you in then.
Okay.
To answer your question, Councilman, I don't think that it's even budgeted for a part-time planner right now. So.
Was at one point in time.
Yeah.
So we are currently budgeted for a part-time planner, but the market rate and what we're set at for the budget, we're not going to get qualified candidates to be able to move the city in the direction that we need to move.
Okay.
So the proposal for the new budget will be to have a full-time planner at market rate value.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Budget.
That is all I had. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? Okay, I have a motion by James and a second by Jan. And we're ready to vote. If you vote aye, please raise your left hand. Very good. Okay, the motion passes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. Okay, item C, transfer from TIF number 1 to other city funds. Ms. Ann?
Back during 2016, 2017 timeframe, there were funds that were borrowed by the TIF New Hope Fund from other funds. And that was pretty standard. The TIF was created back in about the 2012 timeframe, 2011, 2012 timeframe. And at the beginning of a TIF, there is no increment, and so there's no money flowing into the fund. But as time passes, and the value for the land increases, then tax money begins to flow into the fund based on the incremental value, tax value of property in that zone that was established. So we're now about 10 years down the road and about, $170,000 a year is flowing into this TIF fund. And they now have cash available to repay some of the other funds where they borrowed money. So what I'm asking for tonight is back in 2016, 2017, there was $729,000 borrowed to go do some engineering design development work. Most of that work was done by an engineering firm known as Freeze and Nichols. So what I'm asking for tonight is that you approve that the TIF fund repay the general fund $8,854, the water sewer fund $320,601, the street improvement fund $176,235, and the roadway impact fund $149,091.74. There will still be a balance owed of about $75,000 to the roadway impact fund. And I would propose that you allow me to just put that into the budget for next year as a transfer. And then that'll just happen next year. And then all the repayment will have occurred from the New Hope TIF back to the funds where the money was borrowed. Are there any questions?
I have a few. Jan, did you want to take over? Because mine's going to be exhaustive.
First of all, I'm super excited about this. I've been working on this, getting shored up for several years, and hit roadblock after roadblock after roadblock with prior staff. And so I was, when you came on board, I met you and I said, I would like to sit down with you and discuss the TERS to get your opinion on it. And within the next meeting, you came up to me and said, I'm ready to meet with you about that. And we sat down and you had all the information there, what was due to the funds and the time frame that it was due in, and the funds that were available to make the fund transfer. So I'm very excited to get this transfer done, and so that the money is put back where it was borrowed from. Just, it's as simple as that. This isn't rocket science either. It's like a sidewalk, it's borrowed from, you repay it. So I really was struggled with understanding why I was hitting these roadblocks, but I'm thankful that the roadblocks have been removed for whatever reason that they were there. I don't know. It doesn't matter at this point. And I know that the streets specifically really need this money, the 176,000. The water fund, obviously, that was borrowed from, that's what reduced our water fund to begin with, was the borrowing from it. So I'm very pleased, to say the least, that this is finally going to be repaid, and that this money will go back to where it should go. So
Thank you.
yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, my turn. Great. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm not very fond or very familiar with the with the TERS and the TIF and all that good stuff. However, currently right now the balance is 654,444 or 654,000.
Well, the balance is actually 729,000.
729,000.
And the TIF fund actually has cash of $654,000.
$654,000.
Mhm.
Here's my problem. If we take that money right now from that account and we put it over and pay all these other funds out, that would actually bleed the count down to zero. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. In doing so, does this TIF fund, does that not help or is that money is not for the area by the racetrack, by the drag strip to help improve that area?
That money that comes into the TIF is to improve the New Hope zone.
Okay.
And that is a defined zone, and it does include the area by the racetrack.
Okay. So my question is, and this is not going to be very popular with people on this council or people in the past. My thing would be to actually leave it there and not repay these funds because it's been so long. Really quick. I mean, it's been so long. Our funds haven't missed. I mean, they have missed them, but they haven't at the same time. We have, crumbling infrastructure still. However, these funds would actually be could be used to improve that area. The culverts over off of New Hope that need to be done. Those could be dug, this money could be used to do that. Getting the infrastructure for that area so a development may be able to go in there and may be able to build, these funds could be used for that as well. It's like, it's a serious catch-22 because yes, these funds do need to be paid back. But on the other hand, you have this money sitting over here that could be used to actually, pay for the infrastructure over there or, try to pay for some of the infrastructure over there to improve this area so a development can go in there because a development is not going to move into that area if there's no infrastructure. I mean, that's just plain 101 right there.
So you agree that the funds should be paid back because they were
Yeah,
borrowed?
That's why I said it's a catch-22.
Right. So currently, the council has not approved any projects for that area. There is also a board for that area.
Mhm.
And my understanding is the board will probably meet within the next, I don't know, however many months, but they have some kind of a schedule where they meet. And then that board would come to this council and make a recommendation. This council would then approve any kind of recommendation. And at that point in time, council would determine how to fund any project that comes before it. If you did choose to fund it from the TIF, then it's possible that more borrowing could take place. And this council would approve that borrowing at that point in time in a dollar amount that would support whatever your plan is for a specific project for that area.
So in my, I guess in my terms, what I would say, what I'm hearing you say right now is, let's go ahead and pay this money back right now. And if something comes in over there, we can come back to the fund and say, hey, we need more money.
Mhm. And you could determine how you want to fund that project. You would determine if you want to fund it from the TIF, and if so, the TIF might have money in it, or the TIF might need to borrow, depending on the dollar amount of the project. Or you could have a bond issue. You could have a note issue. You could possibly fund it out of some other fund that you have available, depending on what the project was.
As a finance director who is completely out of my league, because you are leaps and bounds way up here above me, what would you suggest?
At this point in time, I suggest that this fund pay back the money that it borrowed.
Even though at another time, and maybe in the future down the road, we would probably have to borrow more money out of a different fund to purchase, to do something else with that area.
Correct. Until you have a specific project that's approved by this council, I don't think that you should just leave this money sitting there when these other funds need that money paid back to them.
So currently, right now, it's sitting there doing nothing.
It's actually earning interest.
How much?
And the interest is going very low right now. However, the investment committee is scheduled to meet early in the month of July and bring to you an investment report in the month of July at the next regular council meeting to recommend different investment alternatives that could increased your investment opportunities.
So would it be logical of me to say that the interest rate or that the interest that it's being gained on right now is about 1, maybe 2% or less
Less,
significantly?
yes. However, I have talked with the other member of the investment committee about, I don't know if you know what's happening in the economy now, but
Mhm.
the Federal Reserve just recently raised
Raised
its
interest
rates, which will allow this council to invest in alternative investments that could potentially increase the amount of the investment. So 2-year treasuries are currently at about 3.5%. And so that could potentially be a recommendation that the investment committee makes at the next council meeting.
Do you have something to say?
So with the money sitting there earning interest in that small negligible amount, to make sure I'm understanding the recommendation, it would be to repay the various funds, basically do a reset, bring everything, bring the books up to zero, level set. And then if a development or project comes up, we'll understand what the impact is and decide how to fund it at that point.
Correct. And currently coming into this fund, there's about 170,000 a year. And currently on the books, they have about a $40,000 receivable that should be received within the next 30 days.
So by essentially draining the fund, it would leave the balance at zero, and then there would be an additional amount left to be repaid of approximately 75,000. That would be repaid next year, perhaps.
Correct.
One thing that it does when we transfer the money, we're able to utilize that money in other areas of the city that needs the attention now as well.
Sure.
That's the value in able to do this. And once again, it's going to be replenished every year as we move forward. The money that was borrowed, now we're able to go and move that money to another area of the city that needs that attention.
I like seeing $200,000 go to roadway and 175 to streets. That can go a long way to funding some of the capital projects that or priority projects we looked at earlier tonight.
Yeah, and one of them's New Hope Road. So once we get new funding that comes in next year, we have money that's able to improve New Hope Road again. So we're somewhat moving money to turn around to make money to build another road.
I know you've been working on this for a long, long time. I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And I mean, I understand that these other funds, they do need attention because they have been neglected.
If I may, if this reconciliation of the books allows us to move forward with other infrastructure related projects that are high priority, I would be for it. That for me, that's the thing. If the funds are sitting there not doing anything and they could be utilized to better our city and knock projects off the list, as long as the funds are going to be used in that manner, in an expeditious manner, and we're going to get projects taken care of.
They're going to be used in an expeditious manner, then I would. You know, as the finance person in me is saying, don't drain the fund, don't drain the fund, don't drain the fund. You keep money in the fund, keep money in the fund. You know, that's what's going through my head right now.
And in terms of that, there is a $40,000 receivable that should be repaid within the next 30 days. So there will be cash in the fund at a small amount. There has not been an expenditure out of this fund since 2016.
Okay.
So 6 years ago was the last time there was an expenditure out of the fund.
But please let, everyone in God know, as a finance person, you'd never want to leave a zero balance in a fund ever. You want to keep something in there.
Correct. And I'm not leaving a zero balance.
Thank God. Okay, so $40,000 will be going back in it because it is a
Yes.
receivable that we haven't received yet. So it is going to be there. So taking these funds out, it'll only leave it at a zero amount for a very short duration.
Correct. And then next year, you're projecting to bring in about 170,000
Okay,
in tax revenues.
okay, okay. I'm done having my heart attack now. Thank you.
May I ask you a question, please? Ann?
Yes.
Okay, once this is reconciled, taking the long view, if it's approved by council, what impact does that have on our bonding ability? It should improve it, but I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, I don't know that this would improve it. It's a due to, due from within the city. So
Okay,
there's really no impact in terms of any kind of financing activity. It would be the same.
let me ask it a different way.
Mhm.
Will the auditors look with more favor on Kennedale by us going through this exercise?
It makes your books look cleaner. So I would say from an audit perspective, may potentially. But again, it's an
Interchange.
it's intra due to, due from. It just puts the money in the right fund.
Mhm.
When you have all these due tos and due froms, your financial statements kind of look weird, because people have to ask the question, well, why do you have all this intra borrowing? And when you go back and you do the analysis and you say, okay, well, they did borrow, but they've got cash to repay it, so they're okay. So again, our financial statements look good.
Mhm.
It's just, we need to get them lined up properly.
Well, see, we were told that once the money was put in the TIF,
Mhm.
stayed there. We couldn't get it out. We couldn't move it around.
In terms of tax revenue coming in.
Yes,
Correct.
okay.
But in terms of interfund borrowing, yes, you need to go repay where you borrowed the money from. Even if it was an external borrowing, let's say instead of borrowing from another fund, the city had determined that they were going to borrow from an external entity to fund the engineering studies that Freeze and Nichols did. They would still be required to repay that external loan.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Is there any other discussion?
Even if it was an external borrowing, let's say.
Please do.
Please do. You've been working on this so hard.
Woo. Definitely make the motion for the TIF to repay all these different funds as listed.
They would still be required to repay that external loan.
We have a motion by Jan with a second by Gary. Is there any more discussion?
I have something, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Councilwoman Joplin, if I may suggest an amendment to the motion, it would be to approve the motion to these funds with the stipulation that the remaining balance would be repaid in the fiscal year 2023.
Correct, as listed, that these funds would be paid back and then the remaining for the roadway impact fund would be paid next year. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. I get so excited, these funds to get paid back.
So again, the motion and the second is on as stated.
As stated, correct. As stated, correct.
Okay, okay,
Correct.
very good. All in favor, raise your hand. We have
Thank you, Kathy.
pass. Yes, sir. Sure. Okay, okay. Council recess for 5 minutes. Lord, that is a lot of money.
Yes.
Good, yeah, that's. Yeah.
No, no, we don't want that either. Okay. Good. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just know. What's that? I can sleep. I just know for what. Oh, right. Would they say no? No, nothing about it. Just. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I know. So I'm hearing all this. It's really.
Take high blood pressure medicine. One of them is dietary. Crazy. Plus, I'm on a diet. I'm trying not to drink too much before I came. But those chills. Oh, I drink a lot of it. Like at least 100 ounces.
I'll drink enough for you. No, he's actually talking about water. You ever get scotch?
I love it.
You ever get a bottle of scotch?
I don't have any. What'd you find on? We got some.
And we. That's about standard size for a desk. Thought you were gonna move over by me.
It's your problem. All this. That's all.
Why?
You could only.
Why don't we do a little lower one? Over by me.
He doesn't need a beer.
Let's reconvene the council meeting, please. Okay, we're at item E. Oh, no, wait a second, we're not either. No, missed one page. Okay, item D. Authorize and approve the purchase order for a skid steer. And I hope he weighs about 800 pounds so we can eat him. Compact track loader at the cost of $86,403.14.
Mayor,
Mr. Joe?
Council, it's me again. Yes, we are looking for your consideration and approval for this machine. It's a multifaceted machine that would allow us to work in a single lane on a roadway versus having to block the whole street off to make basic street repairs. It also comes with a sweeper attachment and a bucket attachment so that it'll sweep into the bucket so we can load the materials off into the dump areas and back of trucks and haul it off. It's multifaceted. It can go into creeks. It's got a grappler attachment that can grab tree branches and things and pull beaver dams apart. And it's a track machine, not a tire machine. So it has a real light footprint going in and out. It can run in a soggy ground versus a rubber tire machine that'll sink, get stuck. We're going through a company called Sourcewell, and that comes with a 21% discount for the machine itself, a 15% discount for all the attachments that I described. It'll also have a forklift attachment, so we can pick up sidewalks, and it's great for making sidewalks and cutting pathways for sidewalks. So it's a heck of a machine, and looking for your consideration. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Is there any discussion on this item?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
With the grappling
Yes, sir.
hook, how is that set up? Is it a grappling hook to go into a bucket, or is it a grappling hook to go into, or is it just a grappling hook?
It's actually got a bottom, like a flat bottom, and then it's got the grappler that actually comes over.
Yeah, so on the bottom of it, there's going to be slats essentially going vertically.
Got to be like a plane, like a
Mhm,
planer.
A planer, and then on the top, it'll have grappling
Yes,
hook.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The one that I was looking at, and please forgive me, I had my father's help with this. He worked for the city of Arlington for years, you know that.
Yes, sir.
The one that they have is one with hook, with, the grappling hook. It has actually hooks, but what it does is it takes that hook and it actually goes into an actual bucket. So what they do is they'll grapple and then pull into a bucket, so nothing will fall through the grade on the plane, on the bottom side.
Yes, sir.
Is that an option or no?
Well, it does have a closed bottom. It
Okay.
does close to a closed bottom, but you wouldn't consider it a bucket. per
Okay.
se.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Gary?
Back to money.
Yes.
We got to quit meeting like this. You know
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
saying? All
I know
right.
it.
So, is this item budgeted? I mean, where do we
We-
get the money to pay for this?
Would you like to speak to that, sir?
Sure. Basically where the money is coming from, you're right, it's not a budgeted item for this. What has happened, we had a online auction that's taken place this past month. From those items that were sold on that auction has actually come from his yard. So equipment that we've had from 1980s to currently that we no longer need or use we were able to get $71,000 off of that auction. After all payments were made to the auctioneer, we were actually got 65,000 to be able to go towards us. With that, we need 21,000 that we have budget savings that we'll be able to get this piece of equipment for.
Okay, that's a silly question, but you think there's any grants available or something like this or no? Take too long, probably?
I think that'd be a drawn out situation.
Be back like the
It's a great
sidewalk,
idea.
sidewalk process, yeah. But maybe 5 years we'd get it for you or something. And
Unfortunately.
do we have any employees to operate this thing?
Yes, yes, and it's a very easy machine to master.
Okay.
Just about anybody can run it, and a couple times out. This one will have a closed cab. So when you go into like a wooded area with poison oak, poison ivy, that's not falling in on the employee. They're not susceptible to the outside elements. Now, with that being said, there are some issues with that also, because there is a door that has to be, maintained. So this also comes with an extended warranty package. We don't have a fleet services, so we need them coming out, changing the oil on a regular basis and maintaining it. And that is included in the pricing. So that's up to a 5-year on the powertrain. And then it comes with a standard 2,000 hour, 24-month, all-round vehicle warranty or machine warranty. So that's about the best deal you can get as far as a maintenance contract nowadays. So that's where we're at. I think it'll be a resource beyond resources that we have in our public works. I think we can trailer it around, we can move it. It'll be a parks machine, a drainage machine, a streets machine, multifaceted. And for the price, it's pretty darn good.
That was my next question about a trailer. So I guess we have a trailer.
We do have a trailer. It needs a new deck, but we'll put that deck on through maintenance.
Okay.
And Councilman Mitchell, I will say that $86,403.14, it is a steal because these types of machines go for anywhere between $120,000 to $150,000. So it is a steal.
It's a pretty good deal. Thank you for saying that. And we are able to obtain it through the Sourcewell co-op. So that's a substantial discount, 21%. So the time is right, but we understand money's tight.
When would we take delivery if we approve this?
I'm not making any guarantees. It could be as late as the end of September. It could be as early as when our PO, if we get approved, falls into play. Because there's other people now that are purchasing next year. So we may get pushed ahead in the line. I'm not guaranteeing that, but there is that probability.
So my husband is a maintenance guy for 40 years. So I said, I need your help with this. And he said, this is a great machine. I asked him about operator as well. He said, super easy, it's a real easy thing to, and he's so, and my question was the budget item. And then we just transferred $176,000 over. So there's your 21 balance that you're looking for.
Well.
And I know this is long overdue. I know that we've been working without a means of, getting even sand around or, salt around or whatever. And Scott, my husband, also said that there's a lot of attachment options down the road that if you want to get later, you can get them too. There's all kinds of attachments. So I'm all in favor.
And you could also rent those attachments too, and then you don't have to own them, like a mill planer, a jackhammer, things of that nature. So it's just a commonplace in construction anymore. It used to be that they were limited. Now everybody has to have one on the crew. So it's just a necessity. I'm open to any other questions.
Sir, that was an excellent presentation.
Well, thank you.
You got a place in sales. No, thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. I will call for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the purchase of a skid steer compact track loader for $86,403.14.
Second.
Okay, we're ready to vote. Raise your hand if you vote aye. That's an easy one. All in favor? There you go. Now you got another toy. That's good. Yep. Okay, item E, approval and issuance of a purchase order for 3 fully equipped police vehicles in the amount of $182,681. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, sir. We are seeking approval for 3 patrol vehicles. We have 3 2016 models that we're needing to replace and or repurpose. 2 of them are unusable. One, the air conditioner is not working properly, and the cost to fix it would be pretty expensive to get an air conditioner fixed on a 2016 model Tahoe. Another one, the MDC is not working, and that's been an issue for a while. So currently in the fleet, we have 6 usable units, but 2 are down for major engine repair. So right now we have 4 patrol vehicles that we have for patrol usage. As you know, patrol vehicles are used 24/7. You know, we try to do our best to recycle them, get all the preventive maintenance done on them, ensure we're doing everything on our part. Making sure we're following warranty and manufacturer's recommendations. But like anything else, they begin to wear and tear. So it's not uncommon to have to start replacing vehicles. So what we're asking for is a replacement of the 2016 vehicles so we can start getting the new ones in. The most current newest vehicles that we have are 2019s. So it's been some time since we purchased anything. The total cost for the 3, which includes the new computer systems, lighting package, required video, everything that we're supposed to have in the vehicle, is a total of $182,681.
Chief, we're moving out of the lease business, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's purchase. Okay, thank you. Any discussion of these items?
How do we fund it?
Yeah.
This will be coming out of our normal budget, or our current budget. It is not one that was budgeted originally. We had a discussion of making this purchase at the beginning of our budget process. We were unable to fund it at the time, but we have funds available from our savings from the police department to be able to make this purchase.
And what about the CARES Act? Where did she go? Oh, there she is. Good to see you.
So I will look at the CARES Act. The CARES Act's very specific that you can use it for police and fire overtime. I do not believe that it's for police and fire capital equipment, but I will look at that. I have put a recommendation in your packets as to where the funding would come from. And currently, our tax revenue, we've already collected 100% of it this year per budget. And so we're collecting more tax revenue than what was budgeted for the year. And so I would recommend that we use that increase in tax revenue that we've had above our budget to fund these police vehicles. Yes.
Now we come to the funding part. Hi. I see what you're saying here is that the current year's budget for property taxes is 4.7 We've collected 4.8 million to date, and based on the history, 186K was collected in the last 4 months of 2021, projecting for 5 million. Currently 182,618, or I'm sorry. Yeah, 182,681, sorry. Are we sure we're going to collect any more tax money before the end of the year is out?
Yes, I am positive we will collect more tax money in the last 4 months of the year.
How much approximately?
I believe probably 215,000.
So 215,000, 183 approximate.
So Jan was very kind to point out that the source of funding for the tractor is the transfer that you just made
Yes,
back to the street fund.
yeah,
So
but we didn't make a
the city
transfer.
manager was very kind to point out that we just had an increase of $66,000 that was not budgeted from the auction of items that were very old equipment. There was a, Joe, you're gonna have to help me out. Was it a 1981 sewer truck? Mhm.
Did you say 81?
Yes, a very old equipment. There was some.
So 66. So 66K in unbudgeted auction items that we received.
Plus, our
Plus
tax
the
revenues are
tax
higher
revenue.
than what we have budgeted. We are running an increase in revenues over expense in our general fund. So I do believe that we have funds available to purchase the additional 3 police cars.
Well, you know, it's funny you should come to council with the 3 police vehicles as of now. These exact same 3 police vehicles were on the wish list for last year's budget, which we said no to at the time because we didn't think that we had the funds. With the increase in tax revenue at approximately 215, plus the 66K in auction items. I think it might be doable. However, if we don't get that tax revenue, then at the same time, we're going to be digging ourselves a hole that I don't know if we can dig ourselves out of.
I understand your concern. I also understand our need.
Oh, we need it. There's no doubt about it.
Right. And in looking at your books, I have to tell you, I truly believe that we do have revenue above expense for this year, even though the budget that was approved by this council was revenue less expense by 900K.
Yeah. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so I have one more. Lost my train of thought, I think. The one comment I wanted to make was on all of the remaining vehicles that we're using. Let's don't use the 16, but are they all in the lease program? All of them are still in the lease program or no? Are some of them out of it now?
We do have vehicles out of the lease program.
Okay. And
Very
this,
few. The 2016 is going to be the last part of the lease program.
okay. And then this one here is kind of off this a little bit, but you know, all of us, I think, ran on trying to lower property taxes for our citizens. So that my only concern would be, you know, this is spending a lot of money, $250,000-$60,000 right there. And so during budget time, you guys come at us and say, well, we're not gonna be able to lower property taxes because there's no money. So that would be my concern. So in other words, we want this, we want to do this, but we don't want to come back and somebody say, well, you know, sorry, we can't lower the property taxes this year because we spent all this other money. Does that make sense? Or are we going to be in good enough shape that we could possibly get a little tax decrease for our citizens or no?
So we are at the beginning of our budget cycle.
Right.
And per our calendar, our directors are sending me their budget wish list. And I will tell you that the Good Idea Fairy is very present in their wish list. And I haven't received council's wish list yet. This is, you know, you're just now telling me this is, sounds like your number one priority. Okay?
I sent mine already.
Yeah. So, you know, you give me your priorities and I will build that into your budget. And it's council that gets to decide what the budget is. And it's council that gets to cross off all the Good Idea Fairy items. And once you cross off enough of them, you will have enough that you can have a decrease in tax revenue and give that back to the citizens. So it is a process that we're going through currently. And we will have several workshops where we look at all of the items that people want as priorities. And so as a team, council and staff will have to get together and decide, you know, what the priorities are. And if that priority is a decrease in tax rate, then we will have that as a balanced budget this year.
Okay. And let me say, oh, I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
I was going to also say, one way to look at it as well, at one point, we're going to have to buy patrol vehicles. Right now, we have the savings in this current budget and be able to hit our goal for the 22-23 budget. Now's the time to do that because we're not going to, if we go and put 182,000 in next year's budget, we may not be able to meet the goal that we're asking for. We have the savings now. In other words, we can go off our savings now, or we can turn around, we'll budget for next year. And it may not be there next year to do both. If we want to do a tax cut or do a purchase for vehicles or any other equipment we may need. Because we haven't made a purchase of patrol vehicles in over 3 years.
I'm probably the only one in this house, in this room, that has driven a patrol car with steel on the ground. I can tell you, we need to take care of our people. But having said that, if you look at the skid steer, $86,403.14, and I know we need it.
We do.
We need it. We need the patrol cars. But here's the thing, that's 2 points, tax break for the citizens, or thereabouts. So that's what makes it. I don't want to speak with a forked tongue. I like to be able to say what I mean and then do what I say. And so, and every good manager, and I've done it 1,000 times, every good manager always puts fairy dust on his budget. So all we have to do is figure out what works, because we're sitting there with Chief Brown needing 2 trucks with long letters on them, unless he borrows them. And man, he's wearing his shoes out going over bar in. But I'm saying that in a little jest. That's a tough one.
I have 2 final questions. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
One, I keep hearing the word budget savings. Can someone please attest to where these budget savings are coming from and why they're savings? And number 2, is this going to have an effect on the drawn down? Is this going to have an effect on drawn down on our reserves by any chance?
So budget savings or difference to budget, variance to budget is what we're talking about.
Yes.
So currently, we have collected more than 100% of our budgeted tax revenues.
So I keep hearing tax revenues. Shouldn't something like this come out of the police budget?
So it will come out of general fund revenues, which it'll come out of Department 9, which is the police fund.
Mhm.
And at the same time that we spend that money, as a year-end adjustment, it is capitalized under, and I'm not sure which fund, I can't remember, but there is a fund where we capitalize all the equipment.
Okay.
So it will be capitalized also on the books of the city and shown as a capital asset. But yes, it is purchased out of Fund 1 where our police department resides.
And a drawdown on the reserves. Will this draw down on our reserves? Does it have an effect on our reserves?
It will have an effect on our reserves, yes.
By how much?
I would have to calculate, but my guess is 1 to 2 days. So it will be capitalized.
That's equal to about $48,000, 50.
No,
Okay.
182,000 would be about 2 days.
Sorry, I'm going off their budget.
I-
Okay,
I really would like to look at it and give
Yeah.
you a better answer on the reserves.
okay.
So what if in the July financial statement, I calculate your reserves and provide that to you?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Because when we did our last budget, as everyone, well, as you two know, and I think you were here for our budget as well, we were told that we had 9 days, which wasn't a lot.
So I did calculate the reserve days for the city manager. And I think we're sitting at, I think it was close to 40 days reserve in the general fund. And the water sewer fund was higher.
I think it was like 334 or something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So,
And with the additional money going from the TIF to that, it's going to increase that, or at least it should.
but
Okay.
then we are going to buy a tractor. So
Yeah, so
it's
it's gonna
not
go
going to
down.
increase significantly.
So it's going to go down, yeah. Just maybe 1 or 2 days.
We're still
Hopefully.
sitting at the 29% that we started basically at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
That part hasn't changed.
My concern here would be the drawdown on the reserves. I would actually like to see that.
If I
I
may,
understand. I'd like to see it higher also.
what's the plan for the 3 2016 vehicles that we have that would no longer be in service? As those are leased vehicles, would they be going back to the leasing company? Would we be purchasing them outright and then auctioning them off? What's the intent there?
The vehicles will go back to enterprise. They'll go through the resale and whatever funds. I'm not sure exactly of the percentage, but the percentage will come back to us. So in our capital fund that we have, it'll go back into there. I think roughly we have about 40 or 50,000, if I remember right, that's in the capital fund. So these 3 vehicles that go to auction will go back to that fund. I mean, could be off a little bit on the capital expense.
I
but
don't remember.
There
I
wasn't a
have to
whole lot
look
in
at the
it.
cash statement that it's on the last page. Fund currently has $75,000.
75.
So how much do you think that you can get at auction for these 3 vehicles? Approximate.
I couldn't really guess on it. Mr. Mitchell?
And they've also got significant mileage. 2 of them have over 80,000 miles.
How much?
Over 80,000 miles.
80?
Yeah, it's the engine hours though that have thousands of engine hours. Last question. I know we're looking at Fords. Did we look at any other manufacturer to see if we could get better pricing?
Well, we did explore that. Part of the reason that we were also looking at Ford, they do actually have about 40% or 50%, I'm sorry, of the current police market throughout the United States. We're looking for something that's a little smaller, a little more fuel efficient. It's going to help us with, additional costs down the road. We're also looking at something that's a little more maneuverable in an urban environment. Tahoes are great, but they're big vehicles. We've also, unfortunately, not had the best maintenance track record with the Tahoes. Like I said, currently right now we have two 2019 Tahoes with major engine. One has to have a brand new engine replaced in it, and the other one is going to be out until after July 4th weekend with more major engine issues. So the Tahoes just haven't seemed to withstand the environment that we're using them in. Whereas these Ford police interceptor packages have typically a better lifespan and more conducive to what we're using for in a smaller environment that we're in.
Have we looked at Toyota or Dodge?
No, sure we haven't.
They don't have a police package, do they?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
I was just questioning. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
Ford and Chevy.
Oh, they have the Chargers and yeah, right.
Ooh, I get a Charger. Can I have a Charger?
Remember, we've got 4 units. Is all that's on the street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have 4 marked units right now. Currently, we're using every available unit. We might even have to use the code enforcement truck for the Jubilee, just to give you some context. All the unmarked units we're using for traffic control. So we have to allot 2 for patrol. So there goes 2 of the marked units. So we'll have, yeah, we're going to get by one way or the other. I mean, that's what we do. But obviously, having 4 patrol units when you have, 4 officers working, 3 or 4 officers working a shift. And at some point, the other thing to consider too, we have 4 usable vehicles right now and they're operational, but you're running them 24/7. Essentially, we'll give 1 a day off, but you have 3, typically we have 3 pretty much per shift that we're running. So those are starting to wear down, like the 2019s, that's the engine issues that we're having.
How long to get delivery on these, do you think?
When we talk to the dealer, they actually have these in stock now. It's going to take a couple of months to get them outfitted and everything else, of course. So if we're lucky, we'd get them in October.
Mhm.
I have a couple questions. So Ann, maybe you can help me out with this. Department 9 is the police. And it looks like that they are running under budget right now, as far as what was budgeted last year compared to the way it's tracking now.
They are actually under budget currently, but they're about to be more under budget because your city manager has had his salary charged to Department 9
Okay,
for the last month or so. And so I'm going to move those costs.
right.
Right. And
blank.
then the city manager and I are also looking at the CARES Act funding. And it does allow for payment of overtime for personnel in the police department. And there was a substantial amount of overtime this year that was incurred. And so we are researching that and looking at possibly moving those funds over to the CARES Act, which is Fund 35.
And then also there's some DEA funds that. No, I was just going to ask because we may have additional DEA funds coming in.
We haven't seen a check yet, but they have had a couple of seizures that we're waiting and going through that process. I wish I can tell you a time frame on it, but generally they move fairly quickly. They generally go to court within 90 to 120 days. Obviously, from that point, it still go through the DEA process of doing that.
Right.
But we do have some funds coming.
Right, perfect. So I am 100% in favor of supporting our force and making sure that our force is able to support our citizens. As a city council person, that is the number one most responsible thing that we have on our list as a priority to our citizens is to protect them. Period. I appreciate the work that you guys have done working on old cars as long as you have. And there hasn't been a new car that's been bought since 2019. I'm thankful that this will not be in the budget next year. and that we do have funds available to purchase this now and get you guys rolling. So that's where I stand. I'm in full favor of it.
I would like to go ahead and kind of rebut something that Ms. Joplin just said. Our priority is to make sure that we use our citizens' taxpaying money to give them what they need also. So I would like to go ahead and put that out there as well. It is our police department's job, of course, is to protect and serve. However, our main priority is to spend that money wisely. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mike, we appreciate your presentation, you and Ann. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll call for a motion. Since you say there's no discussion, no further discussion. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to purchase the patrol cars as stated on the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
None? Ladies, look like that motion passes. Oh, wait, I'm one step ahead of myself. I'm getting too excited here. Okay, let's have a show of hands on the ayes. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Lady, singer. That's a tough one. Good. Okay, item F, approval and issuance of contract to Shield Engineering for Valley Lane Engineering Study in the amount of $333,828. Miss Ann, or are you gonna, Joe's gonna talk again? Oh,
Mayor,
good.
council, Valley Lane, it's been spoken of quite a bit this evening. Yes, this is the Shields contract for $333,828 for the, it says study, but it's more the construction of, moving forward with the construction of the Valley Lane stabilization. Does everyone have a copy of that?
Yes.
Contract with them? So as you can go through, I'm sure you've seen the numbers, and the hydraulic analysis, and the feasibilities, design and phase services. So it's pretty customary. We did receive a grant for $432,000, I believe, for this, for moving forward with this project. So I'm looking to see, we are looking to see for the approval and the issuance of Shields Engineering to carry out this project. Any questions?
If I may.
Is there any questions? Any debate?
Yes.
Okay.
So when we talked about this, I think the last regular meeting, I had thrown it out there that I'd like to see competitive pricing for engineering services.
Yes, sir.
Did we go out to market for competitive pricing?
I have not, I can't speak to that, but
So because of the erosion of that creek bed, we declared this to be an emergency. And we are moving forward on this. In terms of engineering services, we did hear you, and we are currently working on a request for qualifications. That process will probably take, I would say, 3 months. So we'll do the request for qualifications, then we'll identify the top qualified bidders. And then we will go back with a RFP for cost. Then we'll do an evaluation on the cost, and then we will select an engineering firm, or we'll bring to council the evaluation, and then council will select an engineering firm.
So in the interim, though, this professional service agreement looks like it would be giving the entirety of design and supervision to Shield Engineering for the Valley Lane project.
Yes, as administered by the Director of Public Works. And there is a reason for that too, in declaring this as an emergency. Shield has already done an awful lot of work related to that particular project, as we discussed in the last council meeting. And so it makes sense that Shield would move forward with this particular project. But you are correct that we are going to go forward with a request for qualifications for an engineering design firm for the city.
Okay.
One thing that this does is actually helps us try to get the construction actually started next year. If we went through this process, obviously we're 3 to 6 months of getting someone. And if there's any additional costs, it's going to go with that, their study, or if there are any requirements of more study. That's the reason why I was wanting to go with Shield and hopefully get the construction started this coming
Okay.
year.
In going through the proposal that they've put forth, looks like they've got a lot of items excluded and for additional cost if required. Are we confident that we've vetted this and we have everything included that we believe will need to be included?
Yes, we actually met with Shields, 3 of their engineers. We asked some very tough questions, and we did our best to make sure that all of the costs that we believe will be required are included in the proposal. And then again, the Director of Public Works will oversee this effort and then make sure that if there is additional cost, that we hold them to minimum hours and to their fee schedule. And the fee schedule is included in their contract.
Very good.
Is there any more discussion?
Yeah. So you just stated that this was declared as an emergency, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said next year? How is that an emergency?
In comparison, Shield and the others are looking at anywhere from 2 years to be able to get started on it, going through that process. The other part is also dealing with the grant funds. At this point, some of the bond that we have, we're having to, the 1.3 or 1.2 that we're having to show a obligation to it. So that's the other part that we're having to do.
So you're talking about the $5.7 million bond that was issued in 2021?
Yeah.
Okay, so against that, that bond was issued for a fire truck, an ambulance, and infrastructure projects. So if that money is not, if 85% of that money is not obligated within 3 years, then we go into an arbitrage situation. So that's not something that we would do. In terms of the bond itself, on the asphalt project page at the bottom, I did diagram out the bond and what we think the uses of the money would be for. And this $333,000 for Shield Engineering is included there. And so we do believe that the bond is the right source for the Valley Lane project. And so that's what staff is recommending for a source of funding tonight.
We have spent an awful lot of money here tonight.
And we found sources for every item that the city needed tonight.
Yes. My
Long
problem,
overdue.
my problem would be, it is overdue. All this should have been done years ago. You're correct. So my problem with all this is I don't constitute 1 to 2 years for construction and getting started on that as an emergency. An emergency is let's go ahead and start this like tomorrow. Also, in the past, and as with the school sidewalks project, Shield is dragging their feet. And I don't like that. They're dragging their feet so they can charge more. And that's just my personal, that's just my personal thought. I don't like companies that can continuously drag their feet to charge people more. That just irritates the heck out of me. And that's what I'm seeing right now. I'm seeing a company who we continuously contract out through drag their feet through the quicksand and the mud to charge more. I would constitute an emergency. As you said, this is an emergency. I've been down that road. It's horrible. I'm having a hard time saying yes to this one because Shield is just dragging their feet. That road will eventually give out. And if we have another flooding event like we just had, it could be sooner rather than later. I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen at all, because then we're going to have a bigger problem on our hands.
I sense your frustration, and I don't know what's happened in the past, but I can tell you that this staff is aligned.
Well, I'm going to need the stars, the sun, the moon, the galaxy, and all the planets and in the entire universe aligned, because I'm having a hard time with Shield. They have done so much for the city, but it's a continuous, let's drag our foot. It's like Quasimodo and the Hunchback of Notre Dame, where he's just going, yes, master, and he's dragging his foot behind him. That is what this feels like. And I don't mean to say that as a joke, but that's the only euphemism I can come up with in my brain right now, because I was doing it earlier to my sister when she was bossing me around. I don't feel that we need, to Austin's credit, we need to look around. We need to see if we can't get someone in here who can do it faster. I mean, faster is not always better, no. But at the same time, it would stabilize the road. Thank you.
Let me jump in here. So on that train of thought, let me throw a hypothetical situation out here. Next week, we get another rain event. The road washes out. We've got a signed contract with Shield Engineering for design and moving forward with construction. How quickly are we able to break ground and start moving forward? Does it, considering we're working on grant funding, does that kind of move us to number one on the list for funding approval?
Well, I believe we're also looking for additional funding on that up to 90% funding. So there are some things, as far as I'm concerned, with the Valley Lane roadway right now. I'm more concerned about the sewer that goes through that street than I am about the edge of roadway at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But we still have to meet all the waterways of Texas and all the critical water regulations and things, and those things take time. And it's out of our control, basically. We got to get the approval. And so, I mean, we're dealing with a lot of things, but maybe some funding can come out of for the wastewater part of it, the protection of the, not so much the roadway, but the infrastructure under the roadway. So, maybe there are some more creative ways we could go about looking at this. I don't know, but I think we've got Shields in line. They're telling us what they can do. We can move forward with this, and we can, go out for bid in future projects. But I think they know the history of this project, and it's been going on for quite a while. So do we stop here and start over? Or do
No.
we just keep moving forward and get this thing in motion? Get that bank.
One thing I will
secured.
say is I'm appreciative of staff's attention to this project and all of the other infrastructure projects. I really thank you for that. I appreciate that, and for you guys prioritizing it and finding funding any way that you can. That's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Do we know exactly what Shield has done in the past with the studies and stuff like that? Are we getting double billed for something that we've already been billed for?
Not that I'm aware of by any stretch. I don't know if you've come across anything in your works.
I'm not aware of any double billing. So
Okay.
at last council meeting, they did present a PowerPoint presentation that showed what they had done in the
Right.
past. And so it was some preliminary kind of studies. And then this is a much more detailed design
Okay.
for the project that would be needed so that we can actually bid. And included in this is they're actually going to help with the bid process to find a contractor who can do the work. And then they'll oversee the work and then make sure that it gets done. So all of that is included in this contract.
Okay, and then my other concern is, have we done any type of study on that bridge?
The bridge has been, from, as far as I know, the bridge has been inspected by the state. And they do a 2-year inspection of all bridges in the state. And the recommendation was to put guardrail all the way around that bridge on both sides. And that was one of the projects that the city has to accomplish as part of the South New Hope project from years ago.
Right, yeah, I remember that.
So I don't know if y'all recollect that or not, but there was two. There was a bridge or a rip.
The culvert on New Hope, and then that bridge right there on the valley.
Yes, sir, and then the bridge and the guardrail.
Yeah,
So
because I was
those are-
just wondering if there's been any erosion study underneath that bridge, because that's right there at the bend, and normally that's when you get most of your erosion.
In the state, as far as I know, they evaluated the bridge and they continue to. I haven't seen the most recent report. Not sure when that's going to come, but they usually make the recommendation of what's
Right.
going on with that bridge.
All right, thank you.
That's usually how that's conducted.
I trust the state.
Is there any other discussion on this matter?
I appreciate your time.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Item F, okay. $333,828.
One more question. Is this budgeted? I expected Gary to ask that question. He failed me. It is not budgeted. Where are we getting this money from? From the bond. Okay. That was what it was. It was the bond. You answered that. Sorry, it's getting late, Ann. Please forgive me. I know you just pulled that paper out, just told me exactly where it's coming from.
I just want to say one thing. My frustration isn't with our directors, it's with Shield, so please forgive me.
From the bond. Okay.
Again, do we have any further discussion?
You answered that. Sorry, it's getting late, Ann.
I will call for a motion.
I know you just pulled that paper out, just told me exactly where it's coming from.
Motion to approve the award of contract to Shield Engineering for civil engineering services associated with the Valley Lane project in the amount $333,828.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Motion to approve award of contract to Shield Engineering.
A lot of money. Pardon me. Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor, raise your hand. Motion passed.
Joe, if we get in too deep, like James said, can you use your tractor to get us out? All right, thank you.
I don't think there's one big enough.
I'd like to make a comment at this point. It is my pleasure to sit with this council and this city manager as they evaluate big bucks. And as they evaluate the impact on our citizens, I hope, pray that our citizens will know how hard this is. I compliment you all. Last item to consider is item G, appoint a mayor pro tem. Okay. Daryl, speak on this one.
I'm not sure what you want me to say on it, to be honest with you. Obviously, Jan Joplin is our current pro tem.
Yes.
As a team, as the council, you need to come to a decision if you want to continue to move forward with Ms. Joplin in that position, or if you feel that a change is needed and we need to be able to make a motion, if so, and move forward with that to be able to go forward with our new council.
Do we have any discussion on that item?
Well, I think all the money that we're spending tonight, we better just keep Jan. That way we won't have to buy new business cards.
Okay. Okay. Oh, my. Okay. Oh,
So at this time, I'd like to make a motion for Jan for mayor pro tem.
Discussion.
let's have a discussion. Okay, let's have a discussion.
While Jan has done an amazing job, I don't know. With every election, there's always a new mayor pro tem that has been nominated or requested. I think sometimes a different perspective is a good thing as well. Well, Ms. Joplin has been the mayor pro tem for this entire last year. She was also the mayor pro tem for the council when she was on it the first time. She has found amazing things that I didn't even look for and I didn't even know of. But would you want to give up the mantle? Because I do recall you saying that sometimes it's a little bit of a difficult job.
No, what I said was no one wants to be mayor pro tem. It's more of, who is available at the time that wants it. And so I'm always open. If someone else wants to do this, then, it's up for whoever wants to do it. And that's what we've always done as council is, when I came on in 2017, it was a new council. And so it was a decision because 3 of us came on at one time. So it was a decision to change by those 3. So it's really up to each council as to who they want and who they're comfortable with. But normally it's pretty much a fight to appoint someone to mayor pro tem. We're like pushing buttons to appoint someone like in advance. So if you have someone that you would like to nominate, put it out there.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion of this item? Okay, for nominations.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would like to nominate Councilman Connor as Mayor Pro Tem.
I do have a motion on the floor already.
Okay, yes, he does.
To be fair.
Okay. Then, based on the motion that's on the floor currently, do I have a second? Any further discussion?
I do have a
Okay. Then, ready to vote? So if you raise your hand, if you agree for Jan being next pro temp, Mayor, please raise your hands. Okay. Okay, you're gonna abstain?
Okay.
Okay. So there's 3 for and 2 against. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, it passes. Does not take a complex vote. 3-2 is good. Okay.
No, but I will say that before this motion does pass, that in the past, the person who was being voted for did not vote for themselves. They did abstain.
Do we have any?
Well, I mean, at the last council meeting, when you were nominated by me, you abstained. And in every past council meeting that a mayor pro tem was chosen, they have abstained.
I did not in 2017.
Okay. I remember that differently, but okay. I understand. That, okay. You abstain. And
Can go ahead and take this down the road, and then if it fails and you guys vote too, and then we have a tie. I did not in 2017.
And I get to vote. Okay. It's already done. It's already passed, yeah. It's already passed. Do you agree with that, Mr. Attorney? It's already passed. Ms. Joplin, congratulations.
Can go ahead and take this down the road and then.
Okay, next is the executive session. The city council reserves the right to meet in executive session at any time during the meeting pursuant to below cited sections of the Texas Government Code. Precedent to code number 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. That's A. B, precedent to 551.087, 1, deliberation regarding commercial or financial information that the governmental body has received from a business prospect that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the government body and with which the government body is conducting economic development negotiations. Or 2, to deliberate the offer of financial or other incentives to a business prospect described by subdivision 1. Precedent to 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, and the following. city secretary interview. 1, 2, city manager contract. Precedent to 551.071. Consultation with the city attorney pertaining to any matter in which the duty of the city attorney under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct may conflict with the Open Meetings Act, including discussion of any item posted on the agenda, legal issues regarding the Open Meeting Act. Council will now recess into executive session at 9:22 p.m.
Point of order, requesting a recess of at least 5 minutes.
Let's recess for a period of 5 minutes. Okay, let's do that. Okay, yeah, that'd be.
Okay. Yeah. When I'm not. How about you call everybody? Won't you? In public, I say chief, but when it's just like the city, like our city. Good change. Yeah, since I don't know anything about where you're coming from, I don't know if it's good or bad. So do you live there? You're interested.
I think that was a good.
Manager or city manager? If you're not an accountant, journal or even for the accountants that work here at Journal. You saw tonight. I'm cleaning the book. I've been a CPA for 3 years. Oh, wow. So I started as a state auditor. Oh, in the state auditor's office. And then I audited colleges and universities. And then I went to College of the Mainland. And then Central Texas College told me they're in charge. Yeah. And then I had small kids. So I had to sign government contract. And then I ended up at City of Forest Hill. That's where I met Carol. Oh, yeah?
You'll be leading that crew.
I'm happy where I am. I came to work. I miss her. Jane, I didn't think that you were absent. I see your it had nothing to do with me.
My frustration is with somebody. And that's it.
Our public works and that's the difference. Contrary to your opinion. I don't have any money. It's all for Joe. For budgeting. I keep trying to get money, but you know. But no, I see, we planned everything in order. Um, 17. Don't say that.
Because I figured y'all had a plan, I did.
Here's what it was at the beginning. That's what it is. Yes. Here's some action coming from. And the reason he's okay, so this. Okay, so then. This is current. $8.9 million. We're gonna go $900,000 in the hole. That's a projection. Like it's. And so by, so by. Is either red or green. So then you say, well, is there one? It matches everything. So on EDC. For that fund. And I have $1,000 like this plus. Yeah. $135,000. You can have that as a loan. And that gives you my comments too. You're leaving? Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at 9. He's only gonna get one fire. But we haven't. If we have a fire. See, for sure. They have that Woodsburg apartment complex. Backwards, the road. Road was supposed to. Road was supposed to be. And they told Melissa they were planning and together where the barber shop. And then us. Austin is the baddest city with the worst city. we know which form to go in. We did.
I know back in the day, my dad did that stuff. They did. They probably just wrote it. What I've been doing for the outreach. Been buying a $30 eggs, instead of 31, $4. I get, that's $8. So I get 4 30 for first 60 eggs over $15 a one. So I'm getting 15 for 60. So
Aldi's
60.
is another good
I'm
place
getting-
for eggs. You ever shop at Aldi?
I do from time to Thanksgiving because, you know, they used to were giving us, but they did away with that. Good. And it's last night. They're like, I'm paying for them, I'm not paying for them, I'm getting them. That's my next goal, is I gotta work the old. They do. I wish we could get enough good farmers market going on. Yeah, and when the program stopped.
My
Who
neighbor
got
did,
elected?
my neighbor did the, Tarrant County food bank, mobile food bank program. So she had me take her one day to church. And they brought a big 18-wheeler. Everybody was hanging out there. And I thought that was just the best.
I'm trying to find something that us.
Well,
It's
that's
too
what
far
this
too-
mobile food bank does, is they bring the 18-wheeler.
I'm not. So I do request.
Rosie.
All righty.
I'm gonna go talk to her. It's probably gonna be an hour.
Oh, I think you went
How are you? Good.
Gavel in when we go. Ready to go.
It looks like she's sleeping.
City Council readjourns. And I'm ready for a vote. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Do I have a second?
I second.
The motion's been made in a second. Everyone that agrees, say
Say it,
left
raise
hand
it.
up. Very good.
Left hand
Yeah,
up,
make
right
sure.
hand.
Be careful on your way home. Good night. Thank you. Hey, y'all got any